Once again, dual course for a run for the money. 1 and 2. Pronto. You heard the boss. Here we go. First pair of our 16 cars left in our $10,000 shootout from yesterday. Got a little bit of rain last night. So we got 16 cars left. Once again, trying for that $10,000. First pair up, Brock Mosier going to take on John Northrup. Mosier left lane, coming out of Reinholds, Pennsylvania, 71 Vega Wagon. It's going to dial 559, going to take on young John Northrup, Percy, Pennsylvania. In the Camaro, ISC Racer Tape. Young John, dial 638. YouTube is up and running for your information, for your viewing pleasure. Northrop goes 5,000 red. Mosier 007. And Holden only 900s. Goes 5500 on a 559 dial. He comes back. Might be a little fast. Northrop also fast. 5,000 red. Mosier comes back. Mark Siegel, Brad Northrop next up. Siegel left lane. Flemington, New Jersey. 69 Camaro. Beautiful, beautiful car. Dial 616. Going to take on bad Brad Northrop. Coming out of Percy, Pennsylvania. ISC Racer Tape. Driving the Camaro. Dial 588. Oh, 15 to a little bit late. Wind light should go to Siegel. It does. 15 up front, 2 above. Takes 46 down. Northrop missed it. 53 up front. Goes 2 above on the drop, but no good. Siegel moving on. Lenny Wesneski, Joe Martz next up. Wesneski left lane. Dixon City, Pennsylvania. 67 Camaro low ride car. Dial 557. Going to take on Martz. S10, very quick, 511 dial. 4th out, separate them. Slight advantage going to Wesneski. The wind light goes to Martz. Martz, 28 up front, goes 1 above. He'll take the win. Wesneski, slightly better reaction time at a 24. But takes 41,000 to break out. Martz, S10 coming back. Brian Hoover, Dylan Biondo. Drags the door car matchup here. Hoover left lane, coming out of Catawissa, Pennsylvania. 474 dial, going to take on Dylan Biondo. In the Biondo lane, driving the S10. Dial 604. Once again, we have called run for the money, door cars to 1 and 2. $8,000 separate them. Advantage went to Biondo, but the win light's going to go. Brian Hoover, 18 up front, goes 1 above, takes the win. Biondo was 10 up front, takes 30,000. Breakout by 11,000. Hoover and the dragster, moving on. Rick Harbaugh, Jeremy Popple. Harbaugh left lane, Gaithersburg, Maryland. Dial 463. Going to take on Jeremy Popple. Coming out of Canasta, New York. Also dial 463. Double 09 to 028, 19th hour advantage goes to Popple. He'll take the win. 9 up front, 1 above. Gets there by 25,000. Harbaugh was 28. Goes 2 above. Win light goes Jeremy Popple. Next pair up, we got Gene Drugan left lane, coming out of Quakertown, Pennsylvania. It's going to dial 526, going to take on the $1.1 million man, Steve Cisco, driving the Nitro Fish Dragster today and yesterday, a little bit. Cisco, going to dial 464. Oh, 12 to 55. Big advantage going to Cisco. Win like goes. Steve Cisco, 12 up front, goes 2 above. Takes 18th out. Drugan missed it on this end, was 0.55. Goes dead on 0. Still behind. Cisco. Moving on. Mark Ernest. Jack Ostrowski. Ernest left lane. Dr. Jekyll. Millville, Pennsylvania, $475 going to take on Jack Ostrowski, East Coast Alternator owner. He done blowed up his regular car a couple of days ago. And he's in this one today, $464 for Ostrowski. Good one here. Both guys double O. Only a foul separate them. Win like goes Ernest. 009, 2 above, takes the win. Ostrowski was 008, takes 25 thou. Ooh, the breakout by 1 little foul. Ernest comes back. Paul Campanella, Dan Northrup. I believe final pair. Campanella left lane, Lincoln University, Pennsylvania, dial 474, going to take on Dan Northrup. Kamikaze, older kid. Pipersville, Pennsylvania, ISC racer tape for Danny, 478 dial for Danny. Campanella turns to 6th out red. Danny kind of getting away with 130 up front. Breaks out by a few, but he comes back. Round of 8 for $10,000. Got my buddy John Marino going to make a time run here. Late day entry, or 1 day entry, coming out of Staten Island in the Roadster. No trans brake in this car, no delay box. I'm off the bottom. Okay, racers, once again, this is the run for the money. You bring a $20 bill, you put a dial in on your car. Do not cross over to your opponent. Best package gets an entry to the Summer Fling in Columbus. Second place is $500. Third is $4. Fourth is $3. Fifth is $2. So the best 5 packages gonna pick up some cash or an entry to the Summer Fling in Columbus. Richie Williams throwing down 12 packs, second pair down the track. Gonna make another call for door cars. Run for the money to 1 and 2. If you want this run, you need to get to the lanes. Door cars, run for the money. 1 and 2. Truskowski goes to the top already. 3 dead 3. 6th out total. Truskowski, nice lap. Caparossa's trip zip. Goes one above 9. 19 package. Gonna make a first call for our $10,000 shootout. 8 cars remaining. The ladder looks like this. Brock Mosier, lane choice over Dan Northrup. Cisco, lane choice over Mark Siegel. Popple, lane choice over Martz. And Ernest, lane choice over Hoover. Again, we'll take you 8 racers. The $10,000 shootout from yesterday. Mosier, lane choice over Northrup. Cisco, lane choice over Siegel. Popple, lane choice over Martz. And Ernest, lane choice over Hoover. I'd like you guys to return to the lanes for quarterfinal round.
Once again, they are serving breakfast at the concession stand. Concession stand is open. Fuel is open. Fuel and concession stand are open.
Couple of 00 lights. Nobody really that close. Decker goes 1 over and change with a 004. Reber is 4 over with a 006. I'm sure those packages are going to be not going to be in the money. Once again, we have called our 8 remaining cars in the $10,000 shootout. I'll repeat the ladder again. Moja has lane choice over Danny Northrup. Cisco has lane choice over Mark Siegel. Popple has lane choice over Moritz. And Ernest has lane choice over Hoover. Looking for Mark Siegel, Danny Northrup. We need you to the staging lanes. Mark Siegel, Danny Northrup. We need you now. Bobby Mack putting down an 8-pack. Puts him number 2 right now. McCloskey, 8-thou package.
Last call, Mark Siegel. Come to the lanes now. You're going to get DQ'd. Last call, Mark Siegel. Come to the lanes right now, or we will DQ you, and somebody will get a bye. Let's go. Bring them in.
All right, here we go with our shootout. 8 cars remaining, round number 4. $10,000 on top. First pair up, round 4. Joe March going to take on Jeremy Popple. March left lane. Driving that low ride, cool looking S10. Dialed a very quick 511. Going to take on Jeremy Popple out of Canaston, New York. Driving the dragster, dial 462. $200's advantage. This time goes to Jeremy Popple. He's going to put that win light on. 11 up front, 3 above. Gets there by nothing. 0006, 610 thou. Puts the win light on. March, 31 up front. Closer to the dial. Goes 1 above. But by less than a thou. Popple going to the semis for 10 G's. Mark Ernest, Brian Hoover next up. Ernest left lane. Dr. Jekyll. He's going to dial 476. Going to take on Brian Hoover out of Catawissa. 475. Dial for Hoover. $10,000 separate them. Advantage Ernest. When light goes, Mark Ernest, 007, 1 above 1. He gets there by 6 thou. Hoover, 17 up front, goes dead 7. And then no good. Ernest going to the semis. Now we got Mark Siegel, left lane, out of Flemington, New Jersey, driving that beautiful Camaro, dial 617. Going to take on Mr. Steve Cisco, driving a Nitro Fish car. Cisco, dial 461. $24th hour advantage goes to Siegel. He's going to take the win. Laying down an 8-pack from Mark Siegel. 002 dead on 6. Puts the win light on. Cisco was 26 up front. Goes 1 above. Not even close. 8-pack. Mark Siegel to the semis. Your final pair. Brock Moser going to take on Danny Northrup. Moser left lane out of Reinholds, Pennsylvania. Driving that Vega wagon. It's going to dial 552. Going to take on Danny Northrup. ISC Racer Tape out of Pipersville, Pennsylvania. It's going to dial 478. .004 to 021 advantage going to Northrup. When light goes, Danny Northrup, 004, 1 above, takes the 11th out at the stripe. Mosier was 21, dead on 6, 27 total. Not happening. Northrup to the semis for 10 G's. I make an absolute final call for door course for Run for the Money. Final call, times 3. Run for the money for door course. Final call. Gonna make a call for blue sticker dragsters. Run for the money. 1 and 2. Blue sticker dragsters. Run for the money. Bring them up to 1 and 2. Blue sticker dragsters. 1 and 2. Run for the money. Once again, racers, we are looking for blue sticker dragsters to 1 and 2. You heard Bob earlier. We're not playing around. Blue sticker dragsters 1 and 2. Bring them up now if you want that run. Going to make a first call for the semifinal round of our $10,000 shootout. Semifinal round, bring them on in. 4 cars left. Guys are racing for big money. I want you to the staging lanes now. 4 cars left in the shootout. Bring them on in.
All right, blue dragsters, let's go. Bring it up. 1 and 2. You heard Bob. When we call you, that means you come in. Blue dragsters, run for the money. Bring your $20. We need blue dragsters. 1 and 2.
Looking for Mark Siegel, Danny Northrup. We need you to the staging lanes for the semifinal round. Northrup, Siegel, let's go. Bring him up. Races, once again, we have called Blue Dragsters. Blue Dragsters for the Run for the Money. There's a S-ton of you guys that ain't here yet. That's a shit ton. Let's go, guys. Bring them up. Blue, Sticker Dragsters, Run for the Money.
Yeah, there is some in this shit.
Phil Hammett throwing down a 10-pack. 10-pack puts him number 3. One more run for the money, and then we're going to pull our semifinal round out. $10,000 shootout. Coming out after this pair. 4 cars left. Semifinal round of our $10,000 shootout, finishing up from yesterday. We got 3 dragsters, and 1 door car. Door car's up right now. Mark Siegel, left lane, coming out of Flemington, New Jersey, 69 Camaro. It's going to dial 617, going to take on Jeremy Popple, Canasta, New York. American dragster, 462. Seventh out, separate them. Nobody spectacular. Better light went to Popple. Wind light and a double breakout goes Jeremy Popple. 30 up front, breaks out by a thou. He'll take the win. Siegel, 37 up front, breaks out by 2 thou. Margin of victory and a double breakout goes 1 thou. Jeremy Popple's way. He'll take on the winner of this match. Mark Ernest, Stan Northrup. Ernest, left lane. Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, you pick it. Ernest out of Millville, Pennsylvania, $477. Going to take on Danny Northrup. Northrup, Pipersville, Pennsylvania. ISC Racer Tape. Danny, $478. Ernest goes right in. And here's Danny. Ernest turns it red. Northrup goes to the final. 11 up front. Drops to go 3 above at 125. He'll take on Jeremy Popple for $10,000. There's a 2-pack and a 7-pack side by side. Shoop, 001 dead one. Goes to the leaderboard with a 2-pack. Reginella, 002 dead 5, 7-pack. Puts him number 3. Shoop, nice lap. He'll be in the money for sure. Brian Source throwing down a 9-pack. Oh, yeah, getting tough out there. 9-pack only puts him number 5. Going to make a first call for our final round, $10,000 race. First call. Guys can bring him up. Popple and Northrop. Stage and lanes for your final round. Cody Hoover, 3,000 package. Puts him number 2. Perfect light for Zerniak. But he goes a few above. All right, we got our final round from yesterday's $10,000 shootout coming into the burnout box right now. $10,000 is going to go to the winner right now. Left lane, we got Jeremy Popple coming out of Canasta, New York. American Chassis. Backing up from his burnout. It's going to dial 462. Going to take on Danny Northrup. Kamikaze, Dan. Pipersville, Pennsylvania. ISC Racer Tape. Danny is going to dial 478. Danny will leave first by just a little bit. Popple flickers. Both guys in. Here we go. Final round. $10,000. 300s advantage. Big one going to Danny Northrup. He's going to take the win. 006. 2 above. Takes 12th out. Popple missed it just a touch. 036. Dead on 5. Your winner today from yesterday's $10,000 shootout. Danny Northrup. Make a call, all dragsters, anybody that wants to run for the money, has not run yet, staging lanes, all dragsters, anybody else, has not made a run for the money, you can come on up now. Knuckle Deep throwing down a 7-pack in that beautiful looking ride. Puts him number 5, just bumped out Bob McCloskey. Joe Barish laying down a 5-pack. Puts him number 3. Knocks out Keown. Round 1 door cars, you are on standby right now. Round 1 door cars, get them ready. You're on standby. Got a few pair left in the run for the money. Door cars, you're on standby for round number 1. We got the final pair of Run for the Money up. We're going to have a Pro Mod time run right after that. Once again, door cars, you are on standby for first round. Door cars on standby for round number 1. Attention in the pits are Run for the Money, Summer Fling, Columbus. Number 1 prize today. That's going to go to Michael Schupp with a 2-pack Second place, Cody Hoover is going to get $500. Joe Barish, 5-pack, going to get $300. Truskowski, $200. Did I go everybody? I might have screwed that up. Shup wins the entry. Cody Hoover gets $500. Barish gets $400. Truskowski, $300. And Nino Reginella, number 5, gets $200. And we're going to make a first call for door cars to 1 and 2 for round number 1. Potential buy, Ray Keown. Once again, door cars for round number 1 to 1 and 2. Potential buy, just a tip.
All right, door cars, this is your final call. Round 1, door cars. You are needed in the lanes. We're just about ready to go here. Final call. If you are a door car, you need to be headed down to the lanes. Final call, door cars.
Well, we are in day number 3 of our summer 150 here at Numidia. Thank you guys all for coming out, and ladies, of course. We got first round in the lanes. We're just about ready to make this happen. So we're going to ask that you please stand, remove your hats for the playing of the national anthem. Suit them up. 1 and 2. Time to go racing. One more $10,000 check to give out. Final day. Summer 150. Door cars starting them up. Coming out. Round number 1. Coming at you. Final day. Here we go. Pair 1, round 1. Brock Mosier, A.J. Besner. First pair up, Mosier left lane. Ryan Holds, Pennsylvania. Vega Wagon, down 554, going to take on A.J. out of Brooklyn, New York. 70 Chevelle is going to dial 540. Besner turns it 12th out red. Mosier is going to come back for round number 2. 18 up front. Holding 36 thou. Not a whole lot to hold, I guess. Besner, 12 red, 5 thou under. We'll have to think about the buyback. Once again, everybody knows buybacks. Front gate, $130. If you need to, give yourself a shot. Final day for $10,000. Second pair. Steve Cisco, John Graziano. Cisco, left lane, $1.1 million man. You've heard that before. Williamstown, New Jersey, 70 Nova, $637. Going to take on Graziano. 66 Chevy, big body, convertible, $603. 29th out, separate them this time. Advantage going. Steve Cisco, win like going. Steve Cisco, 10 up front, 2 above. He'll take the win. Graziano missed it a touch. 39 up front, 1 above. No good. Cisco to 2. Round 2. Jeff Krasinski, Tony Yost. Krasinski left lane coming out of Shamokin, Pennsylvania. 67 Camaro, 556 dial. Going to take on Yost. Also out of Shamokin. Also 67 Camaro. He's going to dial 517. .082 way behind. Win light's going to go. Krasinski taking a lot here. A little surprising. 008, 1 above. Gets there by a whole bunch. Yost, very late. Broke out. Still behind. Crushed to round 2. Al Liberto, left lane, Greentown, Pennsylvania. Big body Chevelle, $603. Going to take on Mikey Q, Mike Quaterone out of Jackson, New Jersey. Team Valentino Camaro, $662. Another big reaction time, and I mean big. Going to Quaterone. He won't screw that one up. 17 up front, 5 above. Q's going to take a win. Liberto was late, goes dead on 9, was still a whole bunch behind. Q, moving on. Leah Starner, John Marino. Starner left lane, driving that cool Mustang. Carlisle, Pennsylvania, .580. Going to take on John Marino in the Roadster, .554. Marino foot braking off the bottom. And we got a great one here. 003, 006. Very slight advantage to Starner. She'll put the win light on with a 10-pack. 003, dead 7 for Starner. Nice lap there. Marino's 006. Takes 8 thou. Had to break out by 4th thou to do it. Starner coming back in a great lap there by both competitors. Jack Grader, Michelle Strunk, Grader left lane. Rolling Thunderbird, .531, going to take on Michelle Strunk. Also, foot braking off the bottom, $686 in a Firebird. $19,000 separate him. Somebody's perfect. And that was Michelle Strunk. Foot braking. Perfect up front. Goes 2 above. Gets there by 2 thou. Grader is 19. Dead 8. And ends up 2 thou behind. Michelle Strunk. Perfect. Reaction time. Coming back. Ooh-wee. Kevin Little. Phil Scarlotta, next pair up. Little driving the Willys left lane, down 549. Going to take on a Nova of Scarlotta, 554 dial. Another double O light this time. Scarlotta with a 006. He will take the win. Goes dead on 7 for a 13 total. Little 28, one above, no good. Scarlotta, small tire Nova, coming back. Jason Waldron, Joe Martz, couple of S10s. Left lane for Waldron, dial 630. Going to take on the very quick 612 dial of Joe Martz. Thirty-fourth hour advantage goes to March. He's going to put a win light on, 005, one above. Gets there by 17th hour. Waldron missed it. 39 up front, breaks out. Still behind. March coming back in that low ride, S10. Stay Schroeder, Rich Manginelli. Schroeder left lane, driving Illumina, down 517. Going to take on Manginelli out of Morganville, New Jersey, 2002 Camaro. Got 586. Reaction time advantage this time going to Manginelli. He'll put a win light on. 006, one above. It's going to get there by 17th hour. Schroeder was 23, also one above one. Win light goes Rich Manginelli. Brian Source, John Zula Jr. Source left lane, Orangeville, Pennsylvania, driving that 2017 Roadster, dial 561. Was Friday's main event runner-up. Going to take on John Zula Jr. Showed up today in the S10s, dial 624. .006, 025 advantage and win lights. Going to go to Brian Source. 6 up front, 1 above. Takes 7th thou. Zula 025, dead on 5, 30 pack. And 7th out behind. Brian Source moves on around 2. Mark Dennebaum, Richie Williams. Dennebaum left lane. Clark Summit, Pennsylvania Corvette Roadster, dial 558. Going to take on Richie Williams. New York Racer, dial 595 in a Chevelle. Two hunts separate him. Advantage this time goes Mark Dennebaum. He'll take the win. 007, 1 above. Takes 16 at the stripe. Williams, 27, also 1 above. And he'll have to think about the buyback. Once again, racers, today is Sunday. It is $10,000 to win. If you do not put a win light on first round, you need to think about that buyback. $130 at the front gate. Give yourself a shot to get back in for $10,000. Steve George, Mike LaRose. Fish is Vet, left lane. He's going to dial 621. Going to take on Mike LaRose, 68 Dodge Dart, coming out of West Monroe, New York. He is off the bottom, dial 558. Matching 013 reaction times. Win light's going to go. LaRose, 13, 1 above, gets there by 3 thou. Steve George, also 013 reaction time. Goes 1 above 4. End up 3 thou behind. LaRose to round 2. Ron Reber, Anthony Fetch. Reber left lane, driving that Roadster, dial 630. Gonna take on Anthony out of Colonia, New Jersey, driving that Nova, dial 654. Big reaction time advantage going to Anthony Fetch. He's going to take a win. Goes to 10th above at 90 miles an hour. Takes 12th thou. Nice job, Ant. Reber was 74 up front, 5 above. No good. Anthony Fetch. Moving on to round 2. Next pair up, John Scott, Ryan Henry. Scott, left lane, driving at Vega, .589. Going to take on Ryan Henry. Homer City, Pennsylvania, low ride Camaro, .563. $21,000 separate them. And as your win light goes, Ryan Henry, 008. Goes 3 above, takes 8 thou at the stripe. John Scott, 29, 1 above 9, no good. Mike Barber, Evan Poust. Barber left lane, don't call me Mikey. Driving a Mustang, $613, going to take on Evan Poust. Wheel standing Vega wagon, $654 for Poust. $14,000 separate them. Somebody is perfect. That'd be Evan Poust. Perfect reaction time. 1 above takes 8 thou. Ooh.
All right, I got to.
Barber is 14 dead 4, 18 total. 1 thou behind the perfect reaction time of Evan Poust. Barber not having a whole lot of luck this weekend. Jimmy Zimmerman, Scott Tate. Zimmerman left lane, driving Tommy's Camaro. It's going to down 535. Going to take on Scott Tate. Very bright blue Mustang, down 551.
Okay, just a quick announcement. We're going to do a 50-50 today. So if anybody's interested, I got old lady Tate going to come around, and we're going to do a 50-50. If you're interested to donate to the 50-50, it'll be half yours, half somebody else. Once again, 50-50 tickets. Going to make one last round around the track. Thank you.
Scott took the win that round. 13 dead on 3 for 16 total, taking out Jimmy Zimmerman. Was 15 up front, goes 1 above, no good. Next up, Jesse Albert's going to take on Rudy Nem. Albert's left lane, driving a Firebird. 570 dial, going to take on Nem in the 68 Camaro, 585 dial for Rudy Nem. Double 04 to 013, 2 good reaction times, better on and win light going to Jesse Alberts, 004, 10th hour above for a 14 pack. Rudy Nem would have had to take 1 thou and pray. He was 13 up front, breaks out by 9 thou. No good. Alberts moving on. Scott Drake, Chris Scarlatta. Drake left lane out of Fulton, New York, $598 in the S10 pickup. Going to take on Scarlatta, Mustang, $602. Fourth out between them this time. Slight advantage going to Scarlatta. He'll take the win light. 007, 1 above 7. Gets there by 8 thou. Drake was 11. 2 above 1. 8 thou behind Scarlatta. Coming back in that Stang. Nick Solove and Randy Shiley, 2 regulars here. Solove won our main event on Friday. It's going to dial 614 in the Daytona. Going to take on Randy Shiley. Likens, Pennsylvania, 2002 Camaro. Randy dial 540. Six thou separate him, 6 thou advantage, Solove. But the win light's going to go Shiley, 19 dead 5. He'll take the win, 24 total. So LeVay was 13 up front, but goes 3 above. Shiley comes back. Next matchup, Mark Truskowski, Bob McCloskey. Truskowski left lane out of Mountaintop, Pennsylvania, driving that 89 Camaro, about 589. Going to take on Bobby McCloskey. Went to the semifinal round in our $20,000 win race yesterday, driving that low ride S10, about 566. Truskowski turns at 1, thou red. McCloskey, 006, breaks out by non-thou, comes back for round 2. Going to call Blue Dragsters on standby. Blue Dragsters on standby. Have your stuff ready. We'll be calling you very shortly. Blue Dragsters, you're on standby. Tyler Ryan, Gary Itel. Next up, Tyler, left lane, driving a Box Nova, about 699. Going to take on Gary Itel out of Howell, New Jersey. $569 for the Malibu.
Souvenir stand is now open. Souvenir stand is now open. If anybody needs any shirts or hats or anything, souvenir stand is open. Concession stand is open. Fuel is open. And we got
13,000 separate them. Itel going to take the win. 14 dead 5 for a 19 total. Tyler Ryan was 001. Ends up 4 above. No good, Itel. Moving on.
Anybody
Gavin
wants
Shoemaker,
to get in
Don
on the
Balducci.
This guy upstairs has got a big mouth. Anybody wants to get in on the 50-50, now's your chance. They're going to make one more lap. Anybody wants to get in on the 50-50, one more lap. They're coming around. Lisa Schrouder and Tate, they're coming around. 50-50, last call. Go ahead, big mouth.
Thank you, Bob. Gavin Shoemaker, Don Balducci next up. Shoemaker left lane, S10 down 593. Going to take on Big Don Balducci out of 4. He's in the Malibu down 637. 7,000 separate them. Win like going. Shoemaker by 3 thou. 003, 1 above 3. It's going to take the win. Balducci, not a bad lap. 10 dead 9. No good to that young man in that S10. Gavin Shoemaker. Robert Croce, Matt Costable. Croce left lane out of East Rockaway, New York, 67 Camaro, pretty young guy himself. Going to dial 559, going to take on Costable. Port Dover, Canada. I don't know if that's Ontario or what, but anyway, Costable dial 540. 10,000 separate them. 10,000 advantage going. Croce. Win light though. Going to Costable. 32 up front. Goes 1 above at 127. Croce was 22. Had a 10,000 in the bank, but took 26,000 to break out by 4,000. Needed to take 22. Did not happen. Costable to round number 2. Dylan Biondo, Mark Ernest. Next up, Biondo left lane, driving the S10, dial 604. Going to take on Ernest, 67 Camaro out of Millville, Pennsylvania, dial 627. $10,000 separate him this time. Advantage went to Biondo, but the win light goes to Ernest. 23 reaction time, goes 1 above. He'll take the win. Biondo, 13, had 10,000 in the bank again, took 25,000 to break out by 2. Little foul. Harvey Specter, Brad Northrup, the infamous Harvey Specter, driving a Numidia Dragway Cuddy. He's going to dial 569, going to take on bad Brad Northrup, Percy, Pennsylvania, ISC Racer Tape. Driving a Camaro, dial 587. 21,000 advantage goes to Brad Northrup. Northrup going to take the win with a 9-pack. 006 dead on 3 for bad Brad. Spectre was 27 up front. He took nothing at the stripe, but had to break out by a couple to do it. 9-pack, Brad Northrup coming back. Erica Grada, Chris Caparos. Grada left lane, driving her Mustang. It's going to dial 591. Going to take on Caparos out of Percy, Pennsylvania. 66 Nova, dial 558. $47,000 advantage and win light. It's going to go to Caparos. 002 goes 3 above. He'll take the win light. Erica was 49, dead on 9, but 26,000 behind. Caparos putting a nice package down. He'll come back. Going to make a call for blue dragsters to 5 and 6. Blue sticker dragsters 5 and 6 for round number 1. Blue sticker dragsters for round number 1. Phil Hammett. Potential buy. Mr. Phil Hammett, potential buy. Blue sticker dragsters, bring him on in. Jeff Pasquarello, Mark Price next up. Close reaction times. 6,000 separate him. Slight advantage goes to Mark Price. Win light goes to Pasquarello. 33 up front, goes dead on 1. Gets there by 5,000. Mark Price, yesterday's $20,000 runner-up, is 27 up front, 1 above, to be 5,000 behind. JP Jr., round number 2. Braden Aker, John Northrup. Aker, left lane, coming out of Warwick, New York. Driving that 66 Nova, dial 593. Going to take on young John Northrup. Percy, Pennsylvania, 92 Camaro, ISC Racer Tate. $639 for John. $4,000 separating this time. $4,000 advantage to Northrup, but the win light's going to go. Braden Aker, 22 up front. 2 above 9 gets there by 3,000. Northrup, 18 up front. Better reaction time. Drops to go 3 above and ends up 3,000 behind. Aker, moving on around 2. Rich Novinsky, Brent, you guys did this already. Are you guys crazy? Father and son, they like to run first round together. Rich Novinsky, left lane. Unbelievable. Dodge Roadster, dial 559. Taking on Brent Novinsky, his son, in the Trans Am, dial 644. 009 to 025. Advantage going to Brent. But win light going to Rich this time. 25 up front, dead 2, 27 total. Will take the win. Brent was 009, 3 above, no good. You guys got to get your stuff together. That's all I'm going to say.
They said they run each other in the first round because only one has to buy back for sure.
Next up, Jimmy Ryan going to take on Peter Prasnell. Ryan left lane, driving that Camaro, dial 609. Going to take on Prasnell. Brogy Roadster, dial 558. Reaction time advantage, 007-034 and win lights. Gonna go, Prasnell. 007, 2 above, takes 7th out at the stripe. Jimmy Ryan, 34, dead on 0. No good. Prasnell, moving on around number 2. Once again, buybacks, front gate, $130. Give yourself a chance, get back in for $10,000. Dalton rolls, Ryan Bayman. Blue Dragsters, once again, Blue Dragsters, 5 and 6. Blue Dragsters, 5 and 6. Dalton rolls, Ryan Bayman. Rolls yesterday's main event winner for $20,000. Has the reaction time advantage and will take a first round win. 008, 3 above, takes 8th out. Nice job by Dalton. Bayman missed it. 44, dead on 5. Is no good. Rolls, putting another win light on. Coming back. David Catherman, Lenny Booker. Catherman left lane, Millville, Pennsylvania, 72 Camaro, $641. Going to take on Booker. Coming out of Howell, New Jersey, driving at Monza. Interflon, Shore, Seal, sponsor. $618. Booker kind of lost his hood. Catherine going to take the win. 20. Goes a bunch above, sees what's happening. Booker. Hood goes flying. Slows the car. Hood's on the track. Tough break for Lenny there. Hopefully the hood's not damaged too much. Hopefully he didn't take out the windshield, which sometimes happens. Back to racing. We got Keith Albinson left lane, Wonton, New Jersey, driving at Low Ride S10, bright green, down 580. Gonna take on Heather Bayman out of Fairlawn, New Jersey, driving the bike, or riding the bike, should say, 564 dial for Heather. 0042, very, very late. Heather Bayman, 0044 above. Sees what's happening, shuts her down. Albinson. When it starts with a 4, it's not good. Goes 6 above, but Heather Bayman on the bike. Moving around 2. Mark Siegel. Mark Decker. Siegel left lane. Semi-finalists in our yesterday's $10,000 shootout race. Going to dial 617. Going to take on Mark Decker. West Virginia probe, dial 538. Siegel going to take another win light, 12 up front. Goes 5 thou under. Decker, 13 thou red in the probe. One above, no good. Siegel putting another win light on. Lenny Wesneski, Ryan Rubel. Wesneski, left lane, Dixon City, Pennsylvania, 67 Camaro. It's going to dial 555. Going to take on Ryan Rubel out of Bethlehem. 2006 Mustang, dial 596.
Somebody wants attention.
7th out separate them this time. Advantage went to Rubel. Win like goes. Ryan Rubel. 25 dead, 732 total. Gets there by 13th thou. Pretty much shutting out Wesneski, who was 32 up front. Goes one above 3, which is 13th thou above, and that's what Ryan Rubel got to the stripe by. Mark Sable, Jeff Serra. Sable left lane, 27T Roadster. It's going to dial 636. Going to take on Mr. Jeff Serra. In motion solution over, dial 612. 008 to 021. Advantage goes to Sable. Wowie kapowie. Sable throwing down 8 dead, 7. 15 total to Jeff Serra, who stops the car at the finish line. It's 21 up front. Goes 629 at 91 miles an hour. Sable taking out Jeff Serra. Carl Drake Jr., Thomas Fletcher next up. Drake Jr. left lane, Binghamton, New York, driving the S10. It's going to dial 657. Going to take on Mr. Thomas Fletcher. Mustang two-tone, dial 605. Three thou separate him. Slight 3 thou advantage goes to Drake. Win light going to Fletcher by 9 thou. He's 14 up front, goes 1 above 3, gets there by 9 thou. Drake was 11, goes 2 above 5, ends up behind Fletcher. Moves on to round 2. Final pair of door cars, and then we have a bye run. Billy Lieber, left lane. Tonawanda, New York, 66 Chevy 2.616. Going to take on Vaughn Dunn, Jackson, New Jersey, 67 Camaro, convertible, 562 dial. Good one here, 7th out separate them, 003 to 010. When light goes, Vaughn Dunn, 003, 1 above, is going to take the win. Lieber is 10 up front, takes 8 thou, break out by a thou. Needed to take 7, didn't happen. And your bye run going to just the Tip Nova, Ray Keown, coming out of Levittown, Pennsylvania. Good looking piece if you like that type of ride. Keown dialed 632. Keown hits it 012 on this end. Goes 633, 102. Doing real quick track prep. Going to bring the dragsters out for round number 1. Final day of this Summer 150. Still looking to give out one more $10,000 check. Want to thank everybody for attending. Anybody that's watching online, appreciate it. First pair up, dragsters, round number 1 here. Frank Mark going to take on Nick Canova. Frank Mark left lane out of Newton, New Jersey. Race Tech dragster. High gear car, $518. Going to take on Nick Canova. Coming out of Rockwool, Texas, the Texas Cowboy. It's going to $498. Oh, 025-041 advantage goes Frank Mark with the win light going. Texas Cowboy 41 dead 8 gets a break there. Frank Mark's not going to be happy with himself. 25 up front, takes 28 thou to break out by 4th thou. Canova at round 2. Russ Adams, Vince Schroeder. Adams left lane coming out of Canada. Diamond chassis, $468, going to take on the Shank. Vince Schroeder. Paxinus, Pennsylvania, $454. Schroeder turns it 7th thou red. Adams, 35 up front. Few thou under, he'll come back. Schroeder is 7 red, dead on 2. He'll be heading to the front gate for that buyback. Gerard Hamlick, Chris Beauchamp, Hamlick left lane, Hampton Bays, New York. It's going to $485. Going to take on Beauchamp out of Scranton, Pennsylvania. RPD engines, American chassis, 454 dial. $0042, not even close. Beauchamp going to take the win, 004 up front. Goes 7 above, takes 14th out. Probably didn't have to tighten it up that much. Hamlick missed it. 1 above. He'll have to try again. Once again, you lose first round, you still got a shot. $130 buyback, gives you a chance to get back in for $10,000. Paul Kelly, Tim Armstrong. Kelly left lane. It's going to dial 462. Going to take on Armstrong out of Pack Sinus, Pennsylvania. M&M chassis, dial 471. $26,000 advantage goes to Armstrong. He's going to take a win. 004, 1 above. Takes 11th thou. Kelly was 30 up front. Broke out by a thou. Still behind. Armstrong moves on around number 2. Kelly, you know the deal. Heather Boyko, Brian Reclitus. Boyko left lane, precision reaction car. Coming out of Northampton, Pennsylvania. Dial 470. Going to take on Reclitus, Pittston, Pennsylvania. Planet, Pittston, Pennsylvania. $467 for Reclitus. $15,000 separate them. Advantage going. Heather Boyko. Win light goes to Boyko. How about 7 total for Heather Boyko? 002 dead on 5. Gets there by 6 thou. Reclitus had no chance. He was 17 up front. Broke out. Still behind. 7 total. Heather Boyko. Moving on. Ina Reginella. Anastasius Kaitamoglu Jr. Coming out of East Islip, New York. Anastasios, style 521. Reginella, 474. $31,000 separate them this time. Advantage and win light going to Reginella. 20 reaction time, goes 2 above, takes 12 thou. Anastasios missed it. 51 dead on 3. It's no good. Reginella turning that win light on. Dave Rubel, Lou Johnson. Rubel left lane out of Bethlehem. Going to dial 466. Going to take on Lou Johnson, Muncie, PA. 490 dial. Only 2,000 separate him. Slight 2,000 advantage to Johnson, but the win light going. Rubel, 18, dead on 4, 22 total. Take the win. Lou Johnson was 16 up front. Takes 18 thou to break out by 12 thou. Had to take 6 or less. Did not happen. Rubel puts win light out. Goes to round number 2. Mike Harbaugh left lane. Gaithersburg, Maryland. Next gen chassis. Dial 470. We'll take on Mark Morgan out of Mountaintop, Pennsylvania, dial 459. Morgan turns it 6 thou red. Harbaugh coming back. 13 up front. Breaks out by 8 thou. Moves around number 2. Morgan 6 red. 2 thou under. Harbaugh comes back. Jay Ralston, Adam Beauchamp. Ralston left lane. Hunlock Creek, Pennsylvania. Pro charge car. It's going to dial 439. Going to take on Adam Beauchamp. Also, pro charge car. Also dialed 439. Double 09035, advantage goes Jay Ralston. Win like going to Ralston. Ralston, 009, 2 above, takes a foul. He'll put the win light on. Beauchamp missed it, 35 up front. Breaks out with still a foul behind. Ralston goes to round 2. Looking for another big hit for Ralston. George Gentile, Kyle Coultrera. Gentile left lane out of Dix Hills, New York. It's going to dial 467. Going to take on Kyle Coultrera. Elliott, Maine, undercover chassis. It's going to dial 458. Seventh hour advantage this time goes Gentile. Win like goes George Gentile by a foul. Gentile 13, 10th hour above for a 23 package. Gets there by a foul. Coultrera is 20 up front, dead on 4. 24 package, losing to the 23 package, George Gentile. Cody Hoover, Ron Klein. Next up, Cody, left lane. Catawissa, Pennsylvania, dial 495. Going to take on Ron Klein. Livingston Manor, New York. Klein got 455 on his dialing board. Cody Hoover turns it 1. Foul red. Klein will take the win, 18 up front. Breaks out by a couple foul. He'll come back for round 2. Got George Miller, Mark Ernest. Miller left lane, Danny Nelson chassis out of Plains, Pennsylvania, dial 497. Going to take on Mark Ernest, Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. Call him what you will. Millville, Pennsylvania, 476 dial.
Oh, I know. He's got 1 dial in the lane.
One thou, separate them. Anybody's race. Going to go to Ernest in a double breakout race. Ernest, 2 thou under. It's going to take the win. Miller took 2 thou. Had to break out by 5 thou to do it. Ernest, win light is on. Jason Hoff, Brian Balducci, Hoff left lane. Coming out of Pennsylvania, Miller chassis. Pro charge car dialed 434. Going to take on Chicken. Brian Balducci out of Voorhees, New Jersey, undercover chassis, $491. $13 to a 20, 7th hour advantage goes Brian Balducci, but Winlight going. Jason Hoff, 20 dead 8. He'll take the win. Chicken, a little bit better reaction time at 0:13. Takes 17th thou to break out by 2 little thou. Needed to take 15. Didn't happen. Jason Hoff to round 2. Jack Ostrowski, John LaBouse. Good matchup here. Jacko, left lane. He done blowed up his regular car. Borrowed this ride, I think, from Jay Ralston. Ostrowski, East Coast alternator owner, Dow 464, going to take on professional racer John LaBouse, driver for Anthony Bertozzi, coming out of Tennessee, Dow 467. Fourth out, separate them. Good race. Slight advantage goes Ostrowski. Win like goes. Jack Ostrowski, 11 total. 11, dead 0. It's going to take the win. LaBouse is 15 up front. Takes 8th out finish line. Had to break out to do it. 11 pack. Jacko coming back. Mike Rogers, Jeremy Popple. Rogers left lane out of Albany, Dow 490. Going to take on Jeremy Popple. Runner up today in that $10,000 shootout. It's going to Dow 463. Tenth out between them. Advantage goes Popple. Win like goes Jeremy Popple. 21 dead 9. He gets there by 5 thou. Rogers was 31 dead 4 to be 5 thou behind Jeremy Popple. Coming back for round 2. Bob Engelman, Matt Bonacore next up. Engelman left lane. Kutztown, Pennsylvania, Dow 458. Going to take on Bonacore, Bound Brook, New Jersey. 498 Dow for Matt. Eighth hour advantage, this time going to Engelman. He'll take the win. 27 up front, goes 1 above. Bonacore was 35, took 17th out. Breakout by 7. Had to take 10. Engelman coming back. Matt Shell. Todd Martin next up. Shell left lane out of Long Valley, New Jersey. It's going to dial 487. Going to take on Todd Martin out of Vernon, New Jersey. These guys are almost neighbors. Todd Martin, past National Super Pro champion. few years back, maybe 5 years ago. It's going out 490. Big reaction time advantage this time on Todd Martin. He'll take the win. 13 up front, goes 1 above. Gets there by 35 thou. Shell missed it, goes dead on 1. Still pretty much far behind. Martin, around 2. Tommy Dorber, Kenny Crown. The Red Rocket, left lane, Medford, New Jersey. Phantom chassis. Dorber. $467 going to take on Kenny Crown out of Carbondale, Pennsylvania. Regular here. Numidia pretty much every week. Kenny, Dow $495. Crown turns it 4th out red. Tommy Dorber, 009, dead on 5, 14 total. But a Red Rocket puts him in round 2. Crown was 4 red, 3 thou under. And I know Kenny, he'll be buying back. Jimmy DeJocko, Scotty Bodmer. DeJocko got in high gear backing up this time. Jimmy out of Hopewell, New York, Dow 443. Going to take on Bodmer out of Bealsville, Maryland. Scotty Dow 476. Oh, 19, 028, 9 thou advantage to DeJocko. He'll take the win. 19 dead 3. Gets there by a thou. Bodmer was 28, had to break out to be that close. Jimmy DeJocko moving on. Next up, left lane, we got Bill Marone, RPD Dragster. He's going to dial 453. Going to take on Michael Schupp. Schupp took our run for the money win today. He's got himself a trip to Columbus. Summer fling. Schupp dial 457. Only 2,000 separate them. 2 good reaction times this time. Win light goes. Schupp, 11 dead 1. Puts up 12 total. He'll put the win light on. Marone was 009. Took 6 thou. Breakout by 3 thou. Had to take 3. Shoop comes back. David George, Danny Northrup. George left lane. Race Tech Chassis, dial 461. Going to take on Danny Northrup. $10,000 in his pocket already. Won that shootout. Coming out of Pipersville, Pennsylvania. ISC Racer Tate. Family business, dial 478. David George goes 8 thou red. Danny, 20. Dead on 2. 22 total. Puts his entry in round 2. Matt Pizzolato, Jason Wilson. Pizzolato left lane. Walnutport, Pennsylvania. Undercover chassis, dial 455. Going to take on Jason Wilson. Penn, Argyle, Pennsylvania. A little bit older chassis. How about 99 Cressman? It's going to dial 485. Double 04 to 013, 9 thou. Separate them. Win like goes. Jason Wilson, 13 dead 8. Gets there by 10 thou. Better reaction time. Went to Pizzolato at 004, but goes 2 above 7. Ends up behind. Wilson puts the win light on. Goes to round 2. Here's a couple of buddies here. He's a little bit older than the other one, but these guys know each other very well. Richie Leone going to take on Matt Shapiro. Both from the same neck of the woods. Leone left lane, dial 489. Going to take on Shapiro out of Tabernacle, New Jersey, dial 475. And don't ask me what neck of the woods means, but same area. You get these old people phrases. Because I'm an old person. 2,000 separate them. Slight advantage goes to Shapiro. Win like goes. Shapiro 11 up front. Goes 1 above 5. He'll take the win. He might have dropped a mile an hour. Leone is 13 up front. Gets there by 20. Breaks out. Win like goes Shapiro. Final call for round 1. All of round 1. Final call. Round 1. Need to be in the staging lanes. Steve Ryan, Alex Albinson. Ryan left lane out of Westminster, Maryland. 488 down. Going to take on Albinson out of Wonton, New Jersey. 447. $19,000 separate him. Win like goes. Steve Ryan. 004 goes 2 above 7. He'll take the win. Albinson 25 up front, 2 above. No good. Ryan moves on. Dalton rolls. Billy Dews. Rolls left lane. Yesterday's $20,000 main event winner. It's going to dial 440. Going to take on Billy Dews out of Freehold, New Jersey. Race Tech chassis. Billy, dial 464. Good one here. Both guys 0-0. 3 thou advantage goes to Dews, but the win line going. Dalton rolls. 007, 2 above. It's going to take the win. Billy Dooz's 004 takes 24 thou to be one single thou under. Rolls moving on. Paul Campanella, Laurie Shapiro. Campanella left lane. Calls himself Campy. Lincoln University, Pennsylvania, $473. Going to take on Laurie Shapiro. Hillsborough, New Jersey, $495 for Laurie. Double 09021 advantage going to Laurie Shapiro. Laurie going to put the win light on. 009, one above's good enough. Campanella 21, also one above. Laurie coming back. Alan Glatt, Chet Dragon, two ends of the spectrum this time. Glatt, left lane. Supercharged Zoomy headers. Dialing a very quick 448. Going to take on Chet Dragon. Dragon in the Bantam. Doing it the low dollar way. It's going to dial 632. Almost 2-second spot. Going to Dragon. Oh, 11, 014. Anybody's race? Gonna go to Glatt. Glatt is 14 up front, goes 10 thou above for a 24 total. Chet Dragon, 11 up front, slightly better reaction time, but breaks out. The infamous Alan Glatt goes to round 2. Bob Kalipski, Michael Shoup. Kalipski left lane, Madison Township, Pennsylvania. It's gonna dial 447, gonna take on Shoup. Hagerstown, Maryland, dial 475. Kalipski turns it red. Shoup is 002. Breaks out by 2 Hun. He'll come back for round number 2. Kalipski 10 red, dead on 2. He'll be headed to the front gate. Buybacks once again at the front gate. $130. Give yourself a shot. Get back in for $10,000. We got Brian Crump left lane out of Gap, Pennsylvania. Crestman chassis. Dial 494 going to take on Tommy Spangler out of Piscataway, New Jersey. Dial 481. Nobody's spectacular, but advantage by 9 thou goes to Spangler. Win light goes to Spangler by 4 thou. Spangler 31 up front goes 82.9. Gets there by 4 thou. Crump was 42. Goes 1 above 2. To be behind Spangler to round number 2. Fuel is going to close at 1:30 exactly. If you need fuel, you need to get it now. Fuel will close at 1:30, 30 minutes from now. Be pronto. You need it. Get there now. Josh Speck, Shelby Rubel. Next up, Speck left lane out of Fulton, New York, dial 434. Going to take on the Unleashed car of Shelby Rubel, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, .502. Gonna make a final call for round number 1. Door cars, dragsters, anybody that has not run first round should be here now. Shelby goes red. Spec is 004. He'll take the win light. Breaks out by 7th out, but he'll come back. Shelby pretty red at a 16 red. Goes dead on 5. One's going to hurt a little bit. Spec will come back for round 2. Shelby, have to think about the buyback. Rick Harbaugh, Al Zerniak next up. Harbaugh left lane. Gaithersburg, Maryland. It's going to dial 464. Going to take on Zerniak in a 32 Bantam out of Levittown, Pennsylvania, dial 531. Double 02 to 016. Advantage went to Harbaugh, but the win light going. Zerniak in a double breakout. Zerniak was 16 up front, breaks out by 2 thou. Harbaugh, 002, but takes 20 at the stripe to break out by 8 thou. Zerniak, 32 Bantam's going to come back. Jesse Alberts, Vinny Bronca next up. Alberts left lane, Burnville, Pennsylvania. It's going to dial 468. Going to take on Vinny Bronca out of Norristown, Pennsylvania, dial 478. Two thou separate him this time. 2 thou advantage to Bronca. And Bronca's going to take the win in a double breakout race again. 19 up front, breaks out by 9 thou. Puts the win light on. Alberts was 21, takes nothing at the stripe to break out by 11 thou. Had to get behind. Bronca comes back. We got Timmy Markaglu going to take on Bobby Strunk this pair. Markaglu left lane coming out of Staten Island, New York. He's going to dial 446. Going to take on Bobby Strunk. Strunky driving the altered. 565 dial for Bob. 25 thou advantage goes to Tim Markaglu, but the win light going to Strunky. 27 dead 6 puts the win light on. Markaglu was 002. Takes 34 thou stripe. Breakout by 3 thou. Strunky coming back. Joe Barish, Chrissy Klein. Barish left lane out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, dial 488. Going to take on Chrissy Klein. Livingston Manor, New York. Chrissy, dial 467. Double 05 to 013, advantage, Chrissy Klein, win light in a double breakout. Chrissy Klein. Chrissy's 005 up front, breaks out by 1 thou, takes 4 thou. She'll put the win light on. Burish, 13 up front, breaks out by more. Chrissy Klein, round number 2. Brian Hoover, Scotty Albrecht next up. Hoover left lane, Catawissa, Pennsylvania's right. I'll look over the trees. Right around here, 474 dial. Going to take on Albrecht. Nitrofish, KPK, Kyle Koretsky on dragster out of Jackson, New Jersey, dial 463. $21,000 advantage and win lights. Going to go to Hoover. 14 up front, 1 above 1. Takes 11th out. Albrecht missed it just a little bit. 35 up front, dead on 1. 36 total, no good. Hoover to round 2. Billy Lieber, Anthony Fetch. Lieber left lane. Tonawanda, New York. It's going to dial 450. Going to take on Anthony. Colonia, New Jersey, driving Heather's car. 478. $200's advantage this time going to Anthony Fetch. But the win light goes to Lieber in a double breakout race. Lieber 26 up front, breaks out by 3 thou. Anthony was 006, takes 24 thou to break out by 7 thou. Lieber is going to come back. Carl Drake Jr., Don Buckowitz. Drake Jr. left lane, Binghamton, New York. It's going to dial 448, going to take on Buckowitz. Perrineville, New Jersey. 475 dial for Don Buckowitz. $22 to a 41 advantage and win lights. Gonna go. Don Buckowitz, 22 up front, 1 above. Will take the win. Drake Jr. was 41 up front, missed it. Takes 6 thou. Breaks out by 6 thou. Could not win. Buckowitz coming back. Jorge Bolano, Gene Drugan Jr. Bolano left lane out of Boca Raton, Florida. It's going to dial 470. Going to take on Drugan. Quakertown, Pennsylvania, dial 526. Going to make a first call for door car buybacks. The 1 and 2 door car buybacks. 1 and 2. Bring them on up. Door car buybacks. Lanes 1 and 2. Bolano turns it 8 out red. Gene Drugan going to get a big break there. It's 51 up front. Breaks out. But the win light was on. Bolano 8 red. He too will have to head to that buyback window. Emily Marinelli, left lane, East Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, going to take on Charlie Muley out of Yonkers, New York. Emily, dial 496, 463 for Charlie. Emily turns it 8th out red. Charlie Muley to round 2. 24 dead on 0 from Muley. Emily 8 red. 1 thou under. Jeff Serra, Severin Johnson. Serra, left lane. Needs no introduction. Dial 453. Going to take on Severin Johnson. Been around doing this game for a long time. Crownsville, Maryland. Severin, dial 468. .001 to not. This one's going to go Jeff Serra's way. There is no doubt. Serra, 001 goes 2 above. He'll take the win. Severin missed it. Broke out. Was still 25 thou behind. Serra with a 1 light doing what he does. Lenny Booker, Jamie Sirocco. Booker, left lane. Howell, New Jersey. Driving a shadow. Interflon, Sure Seals sponsor, helping him out. Going to take on Sirocco out of Watertown, Connecticut. Jamie, dial 449. Once again, we've called door car buybacks to 1 and 2. Door car buybacks 1 and 2. If you have not run first round, you got about 30 seconds to be here. Sirocco turns it red by 11. Booker, 005. Goes 477 with a 5 on that 481. Holding just a little there, Lenny. Now we got Mark Price and Tommy Norton backing up from the burnouts. Price left lane. Yesterday's main event runner-up in his Mustang. Driving the dragster right now, dial 472. Going to take on Norton out of Huntington Town, yeah, Maryland. 450 dial for Norton. Price goes 1. Thou red. Norton coming back. 22 reaction time. Breaks out by 4 thou. Goes to round number 2. Oh, Pricey. 1 red. Dead on 2. Ouch. Norton returns. Kyle Coultrera, Kyle Bigley. Oh, baby. The Kyles are up. 2 tremendous racers. 2 big money winners. Kyle Coultrera left lane. Elliott Main. It's going to dial 457. Going to take on K Money. And what I hear, Coultrera used to have that name. K Money right lane. It's kind of K Money versus K Money. You're right. Bigley right lane. Dial 450. I know one of them can definitely get there. Definitely. Both guys like to hold a few numbers. One probably likes to hold a little bit more. See how it plays out. Kyle and Kyle show. K Money versus K Money. And they're thinking about staging. Up. Coultrera in. Bigley in. Big match here. Here we go. Matching 0-10 reaction times. Let's see who puts the win light on. It's going to be Coultrera. 10 up front, goes 1 above on the drop. Goes 134 miles an hour. Bigley, 10 up front, takes 18 thou to go 4 thou under at $146. Big drop by Coultrera. Puts the win light on. Rob Bennett, Phil Hammett. Bennett left lane out of Kings Park, New York. Race Tech Chassis, dial 480. Going to take on Phil Hammett. This is the final pair of round number 1. Hammett was pulled for the bye. Not going to get it. Phil dialed 491. 006 to 022. Advantage goes Hammett. Win like goes Phil Hammett, laying down 15 total. 006 dead on 9. Gives Bennett no shot at the win light. Bennett is 22 up front. Breaks out. Still behind. Hammett. 15 total. Puts his entry in round number 2. That is it for round number 1. We have called door car buybacks to 1 and 2. Door car buybacks 1 and 2. Bring him on up.
Can I get
You ain't here,
Alexis?
you late.
Can I get Alexis Pasquarello to the tower? Alexis Pasquarello or her mom, Andrea. Andrea Pasquarello to the tower. I got a foot-long hot dog for you. Andrea Pasquarello to the tower. We got a foot-long here. Can I get either Andrea or Alexis or both to the tower, please? Pasquarello. Once again, after we do the buybacks, as you lose, try to come in and get paid because there'll be a line here after 3 days. So to avoid a line, we're just hoping that once you lose, you could come to the tower, and this way we could get you the hell out of here. And we'll go from there. So once again, as you go out, you're welcome to come to the tower, and we can start paying people. But once again, I need Alexis or Andrea or both to the tower.
Gonna make a final call for door car buybacks. Final call. Door car buybacks. We need you now. 1 and 2. Door car buybacks. 1 and 2. Final call. Now we're going to make a call for dragster buybacks to 3 and 4. Dragster buybacks 3 and 4. This is your time to shine, I guess. Dragster buybacks 3 and 4. Bring them on up. Door car's coming out. Once again, dragster buybacks 3 and 4. Dragster buybacks 3 and 4. Here comes the door car buybacks. First pair up, Harvey Specter going to take on John Graziano. Specter left lane, driving a Cuddy. It's going to dial 564. Going to take on Graziano. 66 Chevy big body convertible. That's 605. Double 05 to 010. 5,000 separate them. Win light's going to go to Specter. 10 dead, 3, 13 total. For Harvey Specter. Graziano had the 005 light, but goes 2 above 9. Ends up behind Specter. 13 total. Got to put an entry in round number 2. Al Liberto, left lane, driving that Chevelle, dot 603. Going to take on Tony Yost out of Shamokin, Pennsylvania. Camaro, dot 516. Both guys go red in a true start. Red light win. Going to go to Liberto. He's 3th out red. He'll take the win. Yost was 10th out red. And he's done for today. Liberto, Al, coming back. Jack Grader, John Marino. Grader left lane, rolling Thunderbird, dot 531. Going to take on Marino in his T-bucket, dot 550. Marino, I believe, is out of Staten Island. Definitely New Yorker. I know him well. I'm going to say Staten Island. John off the foot. No delay box needed. $22,000 advantage goes to the footbreaker. Win light goes to Marino. How about 6 total? John Marino, 003, dead on 3. Footbrake in that roadster. He'll come back for round number 2. Grader was 25, 1 above, and no good. 6-pack. Marino coming back. Dylan Biondo, John Zula Jr. A couple of S10s. One a little bit later model than the other. Dylan left lane, 603 dial. Zula right lane, 624 dialing. Zula turns it 9th out red. Biondo, 003. 9th out wonder comes back for round 2. Zula, 9 red. He's done. Tough day for John. Came down this morning, and his day is over. Erica Grader, Don Balducci. Grader left lane. Ford Mustang, forward powered. Erica, dot 591, going to take on big Don Balducci, Voorhees, New Jersey, driving his Malibu. Dot 638. Dom, I only call him Don. He's really not big. But Dom was one of the original bracket racers around New Jersey area. Still doing it. $638 for Dom, $591 for Grader. Balducci with the advantage on the starting line, but the win light goes. Erica Grader, 34, 1 above, takes the win. Dom will not be happy with Dom. 16 up front, takes 34 thou. to break out by 4th thou. Needed to take 30. Didn't happen. Greater moves on to round 2. Landing Wisniewski, Brent Nowitzki. Wisniewski left lane, Dixon City, Pennsylvania. 556 dial. Going to take on Brent Nowitzki. 84 Trans Am, 644 dial. Brent and his dad have this thing about running each other first round. They did it Friday. They did it today. Well, Nowitzki, when they have 2 Nowitzkis in round number 2, Wisniewski goes big time red, goes dead on 0. Brent was ready, though. 002, one above, puts the win light on. He'll get another chance to race his dad. Silly boys. Stay Schroeder. Rudy Nem next up. Schroeder left lane. Sunbury, Pennsylvania. Driving Illumina. Dial 517. Going to take on Rudy Nem. 68 Camaro. 584 dial. .006 to not. Big advantage goes to Rudy Nem. He'll take the win. 006, one above. Puts the win light on. Schroeder missed it. Goes one above 0. But was 61 on this end. Not going to work out. Rudy moving on. Nick Solove, John Northrup. Solove, main event winner on Friday for $10,000. Driving to Daytona. Dial 616. Going to take on John Northrup, Percy, Pennsylvania. 92 Camaro. ISC Racer Tape Family Business, 639 dial. For young John Northrup. Final call for Dragster buybacks. Final call, Dragster buybacks. Bring them on in, boys and girls. Dragster buybacks, final call. Northrup, 16th out red. Solove, 009. Goes 10th out under. Put his entry in round number 2, John Northrup. Unfortunately for John, his day is ended. Mark Truskowski, Mark Price. Truskowski left lane, Mountaintop, Pennsylvania, 89 Camaro, dial 590. Going to take on Mark Price, 67 Mustang, likes to pick the wheels up. Picked him up a bunch of cash yesterday, was the main event runner-up. 556 dial. Look at that, baby. Gotta love it. 2,000 separate them. Slight advantage. Truskowski, win light goes. Price, 21, one above. Gets there by 2,000. Truskowski, 19 up front, had 2,000 in the bank. Goes one above 5 to be 2,000 behind. Price, another win light on in that Mustang. He'll come back, wheel stand again. Mike Barber, Jeff Serra. Ooh, mega matchup. Barber has won a lot of money in this little Mustang. Don't call me Mikey. It's going to dial 615. Going to take on Jeff Serra. In motion solution. Nova. Serra. One of the $2 million men I actually know. 612 dial for Jeff. Sarah turns at 7th out red. Barber was ready, 004. And he's holding just a little bit for there. Mr. Mike Barber goes 612 with a 6 and a 615. Comes back for round 2. Sarah holding more as usual. 7 red, 6 hunt under. Sarah done in the door car. Next up, Jimmy Zimmerman, Scott Drake. Zimmerman left lane, driving Tommy's black Camaro. It's going to dial 535. Going to take on Scott Drake out of Fulton, New York. S10 pickup, dial 599. Good one here. Somebody's perfect. Somebody's 007. Win light goes to perfect. Scott Drake. Perfect reaction time. Goes 11th thou above for 11th thou package. Zimmerman is 007. 1 above 4. And behind by 10th thou. Perfect reaction time. Scott Drake. Goes to round 2. Jason Waldron, Jimmy Ryan. Waldron in the left lane. Milton, Pennsylvania, driving the S10, $629. Going to take on Jim Ryan, 67 Camaro. Westminster, Maryland, $609. Ryan turns it red. Waldron comes back. 26 reaction time. Goes 2 above. Moves to round 2. Another couple of S10s. Popular body style for a while there. It still is. Carl Drake Jr. left lane. Binghamton, New York. Going to dial 657. Going to take on the low ride. All green S10 of Keith Albinson. Longtown, New Jersey, dial 578. $18 to $21. 3,000 separate them. Slight advantage, Albinson. Win like goes. Keith Albinson. 18 up front. Goes 2 above. Gets there by 13th thou. Carl Drake Jr. 21. 3 above. No good. Albinson coming back for round 2. All right, while we have a quiet minute, I'm going to announce the 50-50 winning ticket. So take your tickets out. Check them out. Going to announce the winning number on the ticket. 098676. Once again, 098676. Once again, I'll announce that 50-50 ticket winning number is 098676. It's worth $660 to the winner. 098676. If you got that ticket, head on up to the tower, see Big Bob. Final pair of draw card buybacks. Billy Lieber will take on Lenny Booker. Lieber left lane out of Tonawanda, New York. Dial 616 in that Chevy 2. Going to take on Booker. Howell, New Jersey, Monza. Booker Brothers, Interflon Sure Seal sponsor. 616 dial. 616 left lane, 616 right lane. Which guy is holding? Probably find out. Both guys go red. Lieber, lesser of the two, 3 thou red, he'll take the win. Goes a thou under. Booker, 6 thou red. He's done in the Monza. And your buyback, buy running door cars, going to Tyler Ryan. 62 3-ish, Chevy 2, dial 7, flat.
Bob Lane, you guys taking the winner up there? They go.
Tyler, 007 on the hit. Goes 7019, 97 miles an hour.
Okay, everybody, I'm with Jeff Pasquarelli and his wife. She likes that hot dog. Anyway, they're both crying. And like I said, I never saw a cop turn down money, so we got him to take it. And he thanks everybody who participated. His daughter thanks you all. Alexis thanks you all. They're crying, so they can't pick up the mic. I thank everybody for putting in their 2 cents. And some of you only put in 2 cents, but for the ones that bought, the real tickets, we appreciate it. They love you. And they said, don't park next to them no more. But they're very thankful, and maybe later today they'll get on the mic. But right now, they're shedding a tear. And I'm going to send her over to the stand, and she's going to get a foot-long hot dog. And this way, her husband could keep his little pig in the blanket. All right. Thank you once again for helping out.
All right, we were into dragster buybacks right now. Richie Leone going to take on Mark Morgan. Leone left lane. Race Tech Chassis out in New Jersey. Does a little dry hop because the burnout wasn't spectacular. He'll be fine. About 488 going to take on Morgan out of Mountaintop, Pennsylvania. Mark Morgan, 459 dial. Six thou red, one thou red. Win line a double break and a double red. It's going to go Mark Morgan's way. He's a thou red. Leone six thou red. Morgan comes back to play in round number 2. Mike Rogers, Matt Bonacore. Rogers left lane coming out of Albany, New York. 489 dial. Going to take on Bonacore, Bound Brook, New Jersey. Dial 497. Three thou separate them. Slight advantage goes to Rogers. Win light goes. Mike Rogers. 15. Dead on 7. It's going to take the win. Bonacore was 18 up front. Took 5 thou to break out by a single thou. Rogers moves to round 2. Cody Hoover. Kenny Crown. Hoover left lane. Catawissa, Pennsylvania. Mullis Chassis. Dial 494. Going to take on Kenny Crown. Carbondale, Pennsylvania, 495. Dialing for Kenny. Kenny Crown turns it 13th out red. Cody Hoover, double 0-3 reaction time. Breaks out by 15th out. Comes back for round number 2. Crown is done for this weekend. Frank Mark, Anthony Fetch. Frank Mark, left lane. Newton, New Jersey. Race Tech Chassis. High gear car. Dial 517. Going to take on Anthony Fetch. Colonia, New Jersey. Driving Heather's car. Dial 477. Frank Mark turns it 3 thou red. Fetch coming back 8 dead 6. 14 total. Nice lap for Anthony. Puts the entry to round number 2. Mark was 3 thou red, 2 above. Probably wasn't going to work out. Fetch moving on. Bill Marone, Kyle Bigley. Marone left lane. RPD. Dragster, dial 453, going to take on K-Money, Kyle Bigley. K-Money ran K-Money at first round. Bigley, 450 dial, coming out of West Milford, New Jersey. And I don't know the name of the person that won that 50-50, but they gave that money to the Pascarellas, too. That's awesome. Awesome job. That person, we thank you a lot. Means a lot to the Pascarellas. K-Money going to take the win this time. He's 003, one above. Marone is late. Breaks out. No good. Bigly. K-Money gets to come back again. David George, Lou Johnson next up. David George left lane. Race Tech Chassis, dial 462. Going to take on Mr. Lou Johnson. Muncie, PA. 489 dial for Mr. Johnson. $13,000 separate him. Advantage goes David George. Win light in a double breakout. Going to George. 003. Breaks out by 1,000. Takes the win. Lou Johnson was 16. Breaks out by 11,000. David George to round 2. This is buybacks. This is your last chance to stay in for 10 grand. Jorge Bolano going to take on Brian Reclitus. Bolano left lane out of Boca Raton, Florida. Is going to dial 468. Reclitus, right lane, Pittston, Pennsylvania. Planet, Pittston, dial 466. Final call for Dragster buybacks. Final call, Dragster buybacks. Final call, you should be here. $10,000 separate him, $10,000 advantage. Reclitus. Win light goes Reclitus. 13 dead, 9. It's going to put the win light on. Bolano was 23 up front. Took a foul to break out by 2,000. Had no shot. Reclitus moving on. Adam Beauchamp, Anastasios Katamoglu. Katamoglu. My boss here in the tower keeps telling me how to say it. Beauchamp left lane out of Philly, dial 439. Anastasios out of East Islip, New York, dial 521. I'm getting closer with the Katamoglu. Getting closer. I hope he appreciates my effort. Double 05 to 015. Advantage to Beauchamp. Win light goes Beauchamp. Beauchamp with a 6-pack this time. 005 dead on 1. It's going to take the win. He did everything right. He's 005 dead on 1. Takes 2,000. That was going to be tough to beat. Joe Barish. Vince Schroeder. Barish left lane. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. $100,000 winner. Couple of months ago, dial 487. Going to take on the Shank. Vince Schroeder. Paxanis, Pennsylvania, dial 454. Barish goes 11 red. The Shank. How about a nice, sweet 6-pack for Vince Schroeder? 001 dead on 5. 6 total. Going to be really tough to beat. 6-pack, Schroeder coming back. Matt Pizzolatto, Brian Balducci. Pizzolatto left lane. Walnut Port, Pennsylvania. It's going to dial 455. Going to take on Chicken. Balducci, Voorhees, New Jersey. Undercover chassis, dial 490. 400's advantage goes to Chicken, and he's going to put the win light on this time. 16 up front, goes 3 above, gets there by 13th out. Pizzolatto missed it, was 56, dead on 7. Not going to work out. Balducci goes to round 2. Bob Kalipski, John LaBouse next up. Both guys doing big, long, smoky burnouts. Kalipski left lane, Madison Township, Pennsylvania. It's going to dial 447. Going to take on John LaBouse, professional racer. Coming out of Tennessee, driving for Anthony Bertozzi. Picked himself up a division win last week in Super Gas at Maple Grove. LaBouse not having a whole lot of luck this weekend here at Numidia. 447, 467. Spot goes to LaBouse. Kalipski goes big time red. LaBouse will come back. Double 04, holding a ton. Goes 462.7 on that 467 at 149. LaBouse to round 2. Another mega matchup coming at you. Kyle Coultrera going to take on Scott Albrecht. Coultrera left lane. Coming out of Elliott, Maine. Extremely tough racer. Himself hasn't had a whole lot of luck this weekend. Coultrera Dow 459 going to take on Scott Albrecht. Driving the Nitro Fish KPK car. Scotty looking for some win lights. Coming out of Jackson, New Jersey, dial 463. Coultrera turns it 3,000 red. Albrecht 007. Goes 462 and a 6. On at 463, he was ready. Albrecht to round 2. Coultrera done in that entry. Gerard Hamlick, Billy Dews. Next up, Hamlick left lane. Hampton Bays, New York, 485 dial. Going to take on Billy Dews out of Freehold, New Jersey. Billy dial 464.
While we got a second, I just want to thank Richie. He came in and he's telling me to give his round money to the Pasquarelli family. We thank Richie Leone and his family very much. I'm sure the Pasquarellis will thank him. So, JP, you can send your daughter in. I got some round money for her from Richard Leone and family. Thank you once again, Rich.
Both guys go red. Both guys are 7th out red. Computer says Hamlick will take the win. Goes 7th out, goes 3th out under. Both guys 7th out red. Like I said, computer's got to pick that one. It picks Hamlick. George Miller, Severn Johnson. Miller left lane out of Plains, Pennsylvania. 495 dial. We'll take on Severn Johnson. Severn out of Crownsville, Maryland. Dial 467.
To the tower, Jeremy Popple. To the tower, please. Jeremy. Popple. To the tower. Jeremy Popple. To the tower. Thank you. Once again, we thank Richie Leone and family. He's giving his round money.
Two thou separate him, slight advantage. Severn Johnson, win light goes. George Miller, 12 dead 9. Puts the win light on. Severn was 10 up front, takes 14th thou. Breaks out by 3th thou. Miller returns. Paul Campanella, Chet Dragon. Campanella left lane. Calls himself Campy. It's going to dial 472. Going to take on the legend, the man of the hour, Chet Dragon. 32 Bantam. Dragon dial 630. Round 2 door cars, you're on a short standby. Round 2 door cars, very short standby. Five thou separate him. Slight advantage going to Campanella. Win light going. Chet Dragon. 26. Dead on 6 for Chet. Puts the win light on. Campy was 21. Takes 17th thou to break out by 6th thou. Tough to judge that slow Dragon. It's a slow Dragon. Dragon coming back. Goes dead on. Jesse Alberts. Rob Bennett. Alberts left lane. Burnville, Pennsylvania. Dial 467. We'll take on Rob Bennett out of Kings Park, New York. 479 dial for Mr. Bennett.
We're all set this time?
You're good. No, I just saw your name when we got
Yeah, I didn't think that I got
Only a few pair left in our dragster buybacks.
Yeah, but no, I saw your name, but let me get it back.
Once again, door car is a very short standby for round number 2. Seventh out, separate them. 2 good reaction times. Win light and a double breakout going to Jesse Alberts. Alberts is 004. Takes 7th thou to break out by 3th thou. Bennett is 11. Also breaks out by 3th thou. Needed to get behind. Alberts comes back. Carl Drake Jr., Jamie Sirocco. Carl Drake Jr. left lane, Binghamton, New York, dial 447. Going to take on Sirocco out of Watertown, Connecticut, dial 449. Double 07021 advantage goes Sirocco with the win light going left lane to Carl Drake Jr. 21 dead on 5. 26 total, gets there by 2 thou. Sirocco, let him get back in. He's 007 up front, goes 2 above 1. Ends up 2 thou behind. Mile an hour was definitely down. Drake Jr. coming back. Alex Albinson, Mark Price. Albinson left lane out of Wantagh, New Jersey. It's going to dial 450 in that Pro Charge Cart going to take on Mark Price out of Collegeville, Pennsylvania. Price, regular here. Runner-up in our main event yesterday. About 473. $12,000 separate him. Advantage goes Alvinson. But the win light goes to Price. 26 dead, 4. 30 total. Gets there by 8 foul. Alvinson, better reaction time at a 14, but goes 2 above. Ends up behind Price to round number 2. Final pair. Drags the buybacks. Rick Harbaugh, Emily Marinelli. Harbaugh left lane. Gaithersburg, Maryland. .464 going to take on Emily Marinelli. East Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. .498.
Thank you.
Well, again, see you later.
All right, see you.
Foul separate him. 2 good reaction times. 0-10, 0-11. Anybody's race goes to Harbaugh. 11 up front, 1 above. Takes the win. Emily was 0-10. Slight advantage on the starting line. Takes 28th out to break out by 13th thou. Harbaugh goes to round 2.
Yeah, the $4 million investment. 6 years later, they went from 10. You can't blame them. You know, I seen all the emails and all the Facebook shit.
Got Ray Bayman going to make another shot in this Pro Mod Camaro. Very sweet looking ride.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He's terrible.
Going to make a first call for round number 2 door cars to 1 and 2. Michelle Strunk, potential buy with that trip zip by Michelle foot braking. Once again, door cars, round number 2, 1 and 2. Bring them on up. Michelle Strunk, potential buy. And by the way, Michelle Strunk, still having those goodies, still have them in the tower, still enjoying that fudge. Thank you very much, Michelle Strunk.
Happy-go-lucky guy. Yeah, no doubt. I gotta tell you, we see a lot of great lights here, but this weekend we saw a lot of terrible lights. 571, 642. Yeah, what the fuck? I don't know.
All right, Bobby. It was good seeing you.
Hey, good seeing you, man. Thanks for coming in.
Oh, yeah. Take care of yourself, all right?
Yeah, you too, buddy.
Got Mulaney to do something.
Yeah, we're gonna get him up here, don't worry.
Another nice lap for Bateman, 432, 164. Likes to carry them wheels out there, about 150 feet. Sweet ride.
What is that? Long hot dog?
Once again, we're looking for door cars. The 1 and 2 for round number 2. Should be on your way. Door cars 1 and 2 for round number 2. Final day here. Numidia 150 Summer Edition, 6th annual. $10,000 to win today.
Once again, we want to thank everybody that contributed to the 50-50. We thank the couple that gave their half of the money to the Pasquarellis. And we thank Rich Leone for giving his round money to the Pasquarellis. So once again, the Pasquarellis were very happy. His wife was crying. But like I said, everybody said they probably wouldn't accept it, but I haven't met a cop yet that turned down a dime. So we thank you all.
Make a final call for door cars for round number 2. You should be in the lanes. If you're not, you should be on your way. Final call door cars, round number 2. Coming out momentarily. Going to start off round number 2 with Brock Mosier taking on Heather Bayman. Mosier left lane out of Reinholz, Pennsylvania. 71 Vega wagon, likes to pick the wheels up just a tad. Dial 552, going to take on Heather Bayman, the only bike here this weekend. Heather doing a great job. Dial 562. Heather turns it 7th out red. Brock Mosier is 7th out green. Breaks out by 7th out, goes to round number 3. Unfortunately for Heather, 7th out red, couple above. Mosier comes back. Jeff Krasinski, Joe Martz next up. Krasinski left lane, calls himself Crush. Shamokin, Pennsylvania. 557 dial going to take on Martz out of Hanover, Pennsylvania. Very quick 512 dial. And this is a good one. Both guys double O. Win light's going to go to Martz. How about 6 dead 4 for a 10 total? Puts the win light on. Krasinski, slightly better reaction time, but a 004 goes dead on 9. 13 total to be 3 thou behind. Martz moves on. Mike Barber, John Marino. Don't call me Mikey. Left lane, driving a Mustang. Dial 613. Going to take on Marino in the Roadster. 550 dial. $32,000 advantage this time goes to Mike Barber. He'll take the win. 13 up front, 1 above. It's good enough. Marino was 45, dead on 0. Not working out. Barber returns. Rich Novinsky, Rudy Nem. Novinsky left lane. He's not running his son this time. I just don't understand it. Dodge Roadster, dial 561. Going to take on Rudy Nem. 68 Camaro, right lane. 585 dial. Blue Dragsters, you're on standby. Blue Dragsters on standby. Nam turns it 13th out red. Novinsky comes back. 11 reaction time. Breaks out by 3 thou. Goes to round number 3. Nam red. 1 above. He'll be done for today, for the weekend. Dalton rolls. Phil Scarlatta. Dalton Rolls, left lane, driving the S10. $20,000 main event winner from yesterday. $545 going to take on Scarlotta, driving that small tire Nova, about $554. Oh, 26, 054. Reaction time advantage goes to Rolls. Win light goes. Dalton Rolls, 26 up front, 2 above. Tightens it up to 5 thou at the stripe. Scarlotta was 54 up front. Broke out. Still behind. Rolls to round number 3. Leah Starner, left lane. Carlisle, Pennsylvania, 67 Mustangs. Going to dial 580. Going to take on Anthony Fetch. Anthony from Colonia, New Jersey, driving that Nova. Dial 653. Broken input shaft last night. Chris Valentino worked on it all night, put it back together, and this one's a good one, 005 to 007. Anybody's race. Gonna go to Starner. 7, dead on 2. Falia's gonna put the win light on. Fetch, 005. Car picked up a whole ton. Breaks out by a bunch. But a nice 9 thou package for Leah. She'll return for round number 3. Have Harvey, Spectre, Chris Scarlotta. I got to slow down speaking. Spectre, left lane, driving the Cuddy. Down 564. Going to take on Scarlotta. 71, a 91 Mustang. Down 602.
How many cars behind Shiley?
Ninth out separate them. 9th out advantage goes to Harvey Spectre. Win light in a double breakout. Going to Harvey Spectre in a Cuddy. 004 up front. Breaks out by a thou. Scarlotta was 13 up front. Got there by 6 thou. Had to break out by almost 200. Spectre coming back in the Cuddy. Mark Denenbaum, Mike Quaterone. Denenbaum left lane. Clark Summit, Pennsylvania. Corvette Roadster. 558. Going to take on Mike Quaterone. Q out of Jackson, New Jersey. Team Valentino Camaro, down 661. Five thou separate him. Slight advantage goes to Quaterone. Win light goes. Mike Quaterone, 11 dead 9. 20 total. Gets there by 8 thou for the win light. Denenbaum is 16 up front, 1 above. No good. Q to round 3. Erica Grader, Mike LaRose next up. Erica left lane, driving her Mustang out of Muncie, Pennsylvania, down 592. Going to take a LaRose. West Monroe, New York, 68 Dart. Foot braking off the bottom, down 559. First call for blue dragsters to 5 and 6. Blue sticker dragsters 5 and 6. Potential buy, Jeff Serra. 200 reaction times. Win light goes. Mike LaRose 005. 1 above takes the win. Foot breaking it. Erica was 008. Takes 10 thou to break out by 2 little thou. Had to take 8 or less. LaRose comes back. We got Mark Siegel, Rich Manginelli next. Siegel left lane, 616 dial. He'll take the win as Manginelli right lane goes 2 thou red. Siegel, 005, 1 above 6. Win light is on. Moving on. Nick Solove, Matt Costable next up. Solove, main event winner on Friday for $10,000. Driving a Daytona down 614. Going to take on Constable out of Canada. Camaro, $543. Fourth out, separate him this time. Slight advantage, Solivay. Win lights going that way. 22 up front, 1 above at 114. Constable was 26, takes 23 thou. Break out by 13 thou. Solivay to round 3. Dylan Biondo, Evan Paust. Biondo left lane, middle. Village, New York, driving at S10. You've heard of the Biondos. If you haven't, you never raced before. 603 dial. Could take on Evan Paust. Wheel stand, the Vega Wagon, dial 655. Blue Dragsters 5 and 6. Once again, Blue Dragsters 5 and 6. I don't see anybody. Come on up, guys.
Better watch
080
your lips.
15. 6 thou advantage and win light goes Biondo. 008, 1 above 0. 18 total is going to take the win. Pass was 15, would have had to take 3 to tie, 2 to guarantee. Did not do it. Breaks out. Biondo moves on. David Catherman, Randy Shiley. Catherman left lane, Millville, Pennsylvania, 72 Camaro, dial 642. Going to take on Shiley out of Likens, Pennsylvania. Camaro, dial 540. 6 thou separate him this time. 6 thou advantage to Shiley. Win light goes Shiley. 15 dead, 9, 24 total. Puts the win light on. Catherman, 21. Takes 10 thou to break out by 7 thou. Shiley to round 3.
Andrea Pasquarelli to the tower. Andrea Pasquarelli to the tower.
Next up, Steve Cisco, Scott Tate. Cisco left lane. I've said it before. I'll say it almost every time. $1.1 million winner. Cisco in the Nova, dial 636. Going to take on Scott Tate. Middlesburg, Pennsylvania, 88 Mustang, dial 551. All Dragsters 5 and 6 for round number 2. All Dragsters 5 and 6 for round number 2. Tate turns it 1 thou red. Cisco to round 3, 16 up front. 8 thou under, puts the win light on. Tate very close, 1 red, 2 thou under. Cisco returns. Next up, left lane, Al Liberto. Driving that Chevelle, dot 602. Going to take on Pete Prasnell, driving that Brogy Roadster. Brogy Roadster? Brogy Roadster, that's it. 557. Dial for Prasnell. Prasnell, big time red. Liberto, 004. 4 above, puts the win light on. Prasnell very, very early. 1 above, ends his day. Couple of young guys. Young killers. Gavin Shoemaker, left lane. Hunlock Creek, Pennsylvania, driving at S10. Dial 593, going to take on Bad Brad Northrop, Percy, Pennsylvania. ISC Racer Tape, 587 dial for Brad Northrop.
Yeah, they're young killers because they race old dogs like you. That's why they're young killers. That's how the Biondos got their name. They went around years beating up old people in the points search in the NHRA. Young kids beating up old men. Should be arrested. I know you're listening, Sal. You were one of them.
15th out, separate him. Advantage this time goes Bad Brad Northrop. He takes the win. 11 up front, goes one above. Drops it a little bit. Shoemaker was 26 up front. Gets there by 28 thou. Had to break out by a few to do it. Northrop moves on to round number 3. Ray Keown, Bob McCloskey. Knuckle deep, left lane. Early model Chevy 2, $632. Going to take on Bobby McCloskey, yesterday's $20,000 semifinalist. Driving that beautiful S10, $566. Once again, all dragsters to 5 and 6 for round number 2. All dragsters, 5 and 6, round 2.
Once again, before you leave, stop off at the Sylvan Stand. We do have event shirts still available. We got some new Numidia baseball caps. And we got a lot of new stuff, plus homemade Italian ices. Check out the Sylvan Stand before you leave.
.008 to 055. Very big advantage and win light. It's going to go to Keown. 008, dead on 9, 17 total. McCloskey was late, broke out, was still behind. Knuckle deep, Ray Keown. Moving on round 3. McCloskey had a good weekend, but it's over now. Jason Waldron, Chris Caparos. Waldron left lane. Driving that S10, $630. Going to take on Caparos, 66 Nova, $559. 400s advantage to Chris Caparos. He's going to take the win. How about 001, 2 above 8, putting that win light on. Waldron, 41, dead 8, not even close. Caparos moves on. Billy Lieber, Gary Eitel. Lieber left lane, 66 Chevy 2. Tonawanda, New York, $615. Going to take on Eitel out of Howell, New Jersey. Driving a Malibu, $568. Eitel turns it 9 thou red. Billy Lieber to round 3. 20 up front, 12 thou under. Puts that win light on. Eitel red, 1 above. No good.
Did you announce?
Once again, we need all drags to 5 and 6. Potential buy went to, going to Jeff Serra. Jesse Alberts, Mark Ernest. Alberts left lane, $571 on the Firebird. Going to take on Ernest. Driving that Camaro, $632. 008 016. Alberts has him doubled up, but no win light this time. 16, dead on 7 for Ernest. Alberts has problems with the Firebird. Goes 582 on a 571. Ernest moves on. Tyler Ryan going to take on Scott Drake this pair. Tyler left lane, early model Nova, $706. Going to take on Drake. Two-tone pick-em-up truck out of Fulton, New York, $6 flat. $17th out, separate them. Advantage goes Tyler Ryan. Win light goes Tyler Ryan. 12 up front. Drops to go 4 above. Drake, 29 up front, gets there by 32 thou to break out by 5 thou. Had to take 27. Tyler dropped him on his head. Comes back. Brian Source, Brent Nowitzki. Source left lane, 27T. Roadster down 561. Friday's runner-up, main event. Going to take on Brent Nowitzki. Slatington, Pennsylvania, Trans Am down 646. Thirteenth hour advantage going. Brian Source. But the win light goes Nowitzki. 19, one above, gets there by 2 thou. Source is 006, goes 3 above, and gets himself 2 thou behind. Nowitzki coming back. Source not going to be happy. Mark Sabo, Mark Price, Mark Show, Marky Mark. Sabo left lane, driving that 27 Ford. Now 634, going to take on Mark Price. Wheels standing Mustang. Yesterday's $20,000 main event runner-up, 556 dial. $27th hour advantage. This time goes to Sabo. Win light goes Mark Sabo. 22 dead on 6. Gets there by 11th hour. Price a little bit later to 49. Breaks out. Was still behind. Sabo taking out some killers going around 3. A couple of guys that know each other pretty well. Jeff Pasquarella Jr. going to take on Thomas Fletcher. Pasquarella left lane driving a Beretta. Out of total with dial 558. Going to take on Thomas Fletcher. 603 dial for the Mustang. 8 thou separate him. 8 thou advantage to Pasquarella. He'll put the win light on. 14 up front. 1 above at 122. Fletcher was 22. Takes 13 thou to break out by 6 thou. JP Jr. moving on. Braden Aker, Ryan Rubel. Aker left lane, driving that 66 Nova out of Warwick, New York. 595 down, going to take on Rubel. Bethlehem, Pennsylvania Mustang down 597. $12 thou separating them this time, and advantage goes to Aker and the Nova. One light goes that way and a double breakout. 25 up front, breaks out by 1 thou. It's going to take the win light. Rubel, 37 up front, breaks out by 9 thou. No good. Aker moving on. Vaughn Dunn, Keith Albinson. Dunn left lane, Jackson, New Jersey, 67 Camaro. Convertible, beautiful ride. 562 dog going to take on Albinson. Low ride, all green, bright green, S10, 580 dial. Albinson turns it 8 thou red. Vaughn Dunn was 006 and shut you down early to go 676, 76 miles an hour. Wind light on. Albinson, 8 red, dead on 7. And your buy run coming out. Michelle Strunk put up a perfect reaction time first round. Foot brake in that baby. Looks like she's just going to break the beams. Get ready for round number 3. Once again, we're going to put a quick drag on the track, set it up for the dragsters for round number 2. Just take a few. Stop by the concession stand if you're hungry, want something to drink. Head on over. Souvenir stand, pick up a t-shirt or two. Hats, whatever you want. We got event t-shirts still on sale. So stop over in that area. Pick up some grub, pick up some t-shirts. Pick up some Italian ice. Italian ice. First pair of dragsters, round number 2. Jack Ostrowski, Mark Morgan. Jacko, left lane. It's going to dial 464 with the rent-a-ride. I believe Jay Ralston might own this. Ostrowski, like the Southern guys say, done blowed up his car the other day. Ostrowski 464 dial, going to take on Mark Morgan out of Mountaintop, Pennsylvania, 459 dial. Both guys go red. In that true start win light, it's going to go Jack Ostrowski. Ostrowski 2 red, goes dead on 3. Morgan was 7 red, goes dead on 6. Both guys were dialed. Both guys were going for killer lights. Ostrowski going to take the win in that double red. Nino Reginella, Tim Armstrong next up. Reginella out of Hicksville, New York, left lane, dial 474. Going to take on Armstrong, Paxinus, Pennsylvania. Right lane, dial 471. Reginella turns at 5 dial red. Armstrong is going to go around 3. 13 up front. Clicks her off early to go 476 at $130. Move on to round 3. Reginella was 5 red, dead on 3, ending his day. Russ Adams, Brian Reclitus. Adams left lane, coming out of Ontario, Canada. It's going to dial 467. Going to take on Reclitus out of Pittston, Pennsylvania. Also dialed 467. Ouch. Reclitus is 1 thou red. Russ Adams is late. 71 up front, goes 10 thou above, and his win light is on. Reclitus 1 red. Clicks it off early in disgust. Adams getting away with a big one. Comes back for round 3. David George, Chris Beauchamp next up. George left lane, Race Tech chassis. Coming out of Maryland, dial 461, going to take on Beauchamp, Scranton, Pennsylvania, RPD engines, 457 dial for Beauchamp. David George goes 3 thou red. Beauchamp is 007, 1 above 7. Also clicking it early to 136. So he was holding a few. Moves on around 3. George done for today. 3 red, dead on 6. No good. Cody Hoover, Nick Canova. Hoover left lane, Catawissa, Pennsylvania. Dial 493. Going to take on the Texas Cowboy, Nick Canova. Rockwell, Texas. Sometimes his home. Going to dial 498. Oh, 12, 017, 5,000 advantage goes Canova. The win light goes the other way. Cody Hoover, 17 up front, goes 2 above, gets there by 5,000. Canova, 12. Better reaction time by 5 thou, but ends up 3 above to be 5 thou behind. Cody Hoover to round number 3. George Gentile, Brian Balducci. Gentile left lane coming out of Dix Hills, New York. Strictly Business 2 car. Dial 467 going to take on Chicken Balducci. Voorhees, New Jersey, undercover chassis. Chicken, dial 491. Gentile, 4th out red. Chicken, 002. Goes 3 above. I believe clicked it early. Too light. Balducci, moving on. Bob Engelman, John LaBouse. Engelman left lane, Kutztown, Pennsylvania. Bob, going to dial 459. Going to take on the professional John LaBouse. Coming out of Tennessee, driving for Anthony Bertozzi. LaBouse, I believe his last chance, has not had a great weekend. It's going to dial 465. Double 06 to 013, advantage goes LaBouse. Win light in a double breakout, going to John LaBouse. 006 up front, breaks out by 1 thou, puts the win light on. Engelman was 13, breaks out by a full 100th, took 2 thou, did a great job there. But LaBouse, maybe getting a little luck back, coming back for round 3. Heather Boyko, Jeremy Popple. Next up, Boyko left lane, precision reaction car. Northampton, Pennsylvania, dial 470, going to take on Popple. Canasta, New York, 463 dial for Jeremy Popple. Popple went to the semis in our $10,000 shootout from yesterday. Picked up some cash, looking for more. $23,000 separate them. Advantage and win light going to Heather Boyko. 11 up front, goes 1 above, 2. Takes 12 thou. Jeremy was 34, dead on 1. No good today. Boyko comes back. Adam Beauchamp, Phil Hammett. Beauchamp left lane, RPD Engines out of Philly. Dial 439, going to take on Phil Hammett. Southampton, Pennsylvania. Hammett, dial 492. Good one here, both 00, 004, 008. A lot of quiet up there. Hammock going to take the win. 008, dead on 6, gets there by 10 thou. And I'm going to tell you, that quiet car was Beauchamp. 004 up front, gets behind, goes 2 above. Hammett, 14 total, coming back. Next pair up, left lane, we got Jimmy DeJocko coming out of Hopewell, New York. CNF Chassis, Nesbitt Racing, engine dial 443. Going to take on Todd Martin coming out of Vernon, New Jersey. Past Super Pro National Champion dial 490.
No, you're good. When you get a second, you come full.
11th out, separate them. Advantage DeJocko. Win light DeJocko. 16 dead, 0. 16 total. Gives Todd Martin no shot. 27 dead, 6. Not a bad lap. But 17th out behind. A 16 pack of Jimmy DeJocko. Backing up from the burnout, we got Brian Hoover left lane out of Catawissa, Pennsylvania, American Chassis. Got a dial 474, going to take on Saturday on Sunday, $10,000 shootout winner, Danny Northrup. Danny right lane, Pipersville, Pennsylvania, ISC Racer tape. Northrup dial 478. Hoover turns it 9th out red. Northrup going to move on around number 3, 21 up front. And he's holding just a little bit. 33th out to be exact. Northrup moves on. Mike Rogers, Michael Shoop. Rogers left lane, 490 dial. Shoop right lane, 476 dial. Rogers out of Albany. Shoop out of Hagerstown, Maryland. Rogers having some problems there. Shoop will take the win. Rogers left before the tree. Actually says he's 7th out red. That's amazing. But Shoop will take the win. Clicks it early. Dave Rubel, left lane. Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Going to take on Matt Shapiro out of Tabernacle, New Jersey. Rubel dialed 466. Shapiro dialed 475. Six to a 12. Shapiro has him doubled up. When light goes the other way, Rubel 12, dead on 8, 20 total, takes the win. Shapiro was 006, takes 24th thou to break out by 10th thou. Needed to take 14. Did not happen. Rubel to round 3. Dalton rolls. Al Zerniak rolls. Yesterday's main event, $20,000 winner. It's going to dial 440. Going to take on Zerniak, driving at 32 Bantam, right lane, dial 531. Reaction time advantage this time. Nobody's great, but Zerniak was better. He'll take the win. 34 dead on 2, 36 total. Rolls, missed it, I believe, for the first time this week, and is 055, dead on 5, and nowhere to be found. Zerniak comes back for round 3 and that altered. Mike Harbaugh, left lane, Gaithersburg, Maryland, 470. Going to take on Tommy Spangler. Spangler out of Piscataway, New Jersey, 481. 32 thou advantage going to Spangler. Win light go to Spangler. 15 dead, 116 total for Tom Spangler. Harbaugh late at a 47, breaks out. Still behind. Tommy Spangler comes back. Next, we got Jay Ralston, left lane, Pro Charge, Dragster, Hunlock Creek, Pennsylvania. Picked himself up a $25,000 win here at Numidia a couple of months ago. Now 441, going to take on the second hardest working man next to Johnny B. Bobby Strunk, right lane, 565 dial in his altered. Bobby Strunk, a professional snake charmer on weekends. And right now he has the advantage on the starting line, 0-19. Strunky going to put that win light on one more time. How about 19, 1 above 6, gets there by 3 thou. Ralston, 31, dead 7, no good. Snake charmer, Strunk, coming back for round number 3. Josh Speck, Chet Dragon, Speck, left lane out of Fulton, New York. Pro Charge, Dragster, big dollar car, $434. Going to take on Chet Dragon. Doing it the old way, doing it low dollar. Dragon, $630 in the Bantam. Dragon turns it 1 thou red. Spec, 25 up front, 1 above. Puts the win light on. Dragon, 1 red, 1 above. And Chet is done for the weekend. Now we got George Miller going to take on Jason Wilson. George Miller, left lane, Plains, Pennsylvania, $4.95 dial. We'll take on Jason Wilson out of Penn Argyle, Pennsylvania, dial $4.86.
Well, we got a late start.
$37,000 separate. A big advantage goes George Miller. Win light goes George Miller, 10 up front, 1 above. Gets there by 21 thou. Wilson missed it. 47 up front. Breaks out. Still behind. Miller to round number 3. Got Jason Hoff, Michael Shook next up. Hoff left lane. Pro Charge Dragster out of Pennsylvania. Dial 436. Going to take on Shook. Supercharged Zoomy headers. Shook picked up our run for the money today. He's going to get a trip to Columbus for the summer fling. Shook dial 457. Hoff goes red by 10 thou. Michael Shook, 005, 1 above. Goes to round number 3. Left lane, we got Carl Drake Jr. coming out of Binghamton, New York. He's going to dial 447. Going to take on Miss Lori Shapiro, Hillsborough, New Jersey. Driving her American chassis car, dial 496. $23,000 advantage goes Carl Drake Jr. Win light goes Carl Drake Jr. 006, 1 above. He takes 7th out with the stripe. Lori is 29, dead on 0. Not going to work out. Drake comes back. Rick Harbaugh, Ron Klein. Harbaugh left lane, Gaithersburg, Maryland. Miller chassis, dial 464. Going to take on Ron Klein out of Livingston Manor, New York. American chassis. 455 dial. $2,000 separate them. 2 good reaction times. Win light goes to Ron Klein. 11 dead 1, 12 total. Gives Harbaugh's 13 light, no shot. He takes 3 thou to break out by 4 thou. Ron Klein, 12 pack, coming back. Steve Ryan, Tommy Norton next up. Ryan left lane. Westminster, Maryland, dial 490. Going to take on Norton out of Huntington Town, Maryland, 450 dial. These guys probably know each other. Steve Ryan, Tommy Norton, definitely. Going to put round 3 door cars on standby. You guys should be getting ready. 4 to a 16, advantage Ryan, win light Ryan, 4 dead 8, 12 total. Gets there by 9 thou. Tommy Norton is 16 dead 5, 21 total, 9 thou behind. Steve Ryan Moving on. Alan Glatt, Anthony Fetch. Here comes Glatt, backing up. Here comes Fetch. Glatt, left lane, supercharged, zoomy headers. Everybody knows Alan. It's going to dial 448, going to take on Anthony Fetch, driving Heather's car. Anthony, right lane, Colonia, New Jersey. 477 dial for Anthony. Oh 12, 031, advantage goes to Fetch. Win light goes to Fetch. Anthony, 12 up front, 1 above, takes the win. Glatt was 31, also 1 above. Win light by 18th thou. Anthony Fetch. Tommy Dorber, Scott Albrecht, couple of guys that know each other for a long, long time. Red Rocket, left lane, out of Medford, New Jersey. It's going to dial 468, going to take on Scott Albrecht. Nitrofish, KPK, Kyle Koretsky owned dragster. Dial 462. Double 07 to 032. Pretty big advantage going to Albrecht. He'll put the win light on. 007, 1 above 0, 17 total. Dorber has no shot, being 032 up front. Breaks out, was still behind by 13th out. Albrecht, 17 pack, coming back. Gerard Hamlick, Lenny Booker. Hamlick left lane, Hampton Bays, New York. Pretty new to the dragster game. Dial 484. Going to take on Booker out of Howell, New Jersey. Shadow car. Interflon, Sure Seal sponsor. Dial 480. Hamlick, 1. Thou Red. Booker's 010 up front. Holding a couple just like he normally does. Goes 477.4 in that 480 at 144. Hamlick, 1 red, 1 above. Ends his day. All right, we got Billy Lieber going to take on Charlie Muley. Lieber left lane out of Tonawanda, New York. 450 going to take on Charlie Muley. Yonkers, New York. 463 dial for Charlie. Eight to a 31. Advantage goes Billy Lieber. Win like goes Billy Lieber. Lieber, 008, 2 above 0, takes 8 thou. Muley was 31, dead 5, 36 total. No good today. Lieber comes back.
How do you make it was the dynamic?
Mark Ernest, Kyle Cotrera next up. Ernest left lane there. Dr. Jekyll this time, I'm going to say $479 going to take on Kyle Cotrera. Elliott, Maine for Coultrera. $4.57 for Coultrera. Winding down on round number 2. Couple of pair left. 15th out, separate them. Advantage goes to Ernest. But the win light going to go to Coultrera on the double breakout. Coultrera 25 up front. Breaks out by 5 thou. Looks like he killed some mile an hour. Let's Ernest get there. Ernest 10 up front. Breaks out by 13 thou. No good. Coultrera moves on. Now we got Jesse Alberts, Vince Schroeder. Alberts left lane, Burnville, Pennsylvania. Here pretty much every week. $4.67. Going to take on this shank. Vince Schroeder, Paxinus, Pennsylvania. Also very much a regular here at Numidia. The shank $4.54. .004 to 026. Advantage goes Jesse Alberts. Win light going to Alberts. 004, 1 above, 2. He's going to take the win light. Goes there, gets there by 13 thou. Shank was 26, dead 3, 29 total. Not going to work out. Alberts to round number 3. Don Buckowitz, Vinny Bronca. Buckowitz out of Perrineville, New Jersey. Race Tech chassis $475. Going to take on Bronca out of Norristown, Pennsylvania. $4.76.
Well, we got a minute. I just want everybody to know Bobby used to have the nickname the Possum Stomper. Well, today he killed his first coon. And now he's the coon killer. This morning, too bad it wasn't Coonsman. But anyway, this morning,
9 to a 13. Went.
Bobby stomped on a coon's head, killed the little rascal. So now he's the coon killer. Oh, the coon stomper. That's it.
Buckowitz put the win light on that time, 009. Dead on 8, 17 total. Bronco was 13. Got there by 12 thou to break out by 8 thou. Had to take 4 or less. Buckowitz moves on. Kyle Bigley, Chrissy Klein, K-Money, left lane, West Milford, New Jersey, $4.51. He can go that dial. We'll take on Chrissy Klein, Livingston Manor, New York. Chrissy, $4.67. Bigley turns at 7th out. Red. Chrissy Klein is going to come back. Chrissy missed it just a touch. She's 42 up front. Breaks out by 7th out. But the win light is on for Miss Chrissy Klein. Final pair, round 2. Then we have a Byron. Final pair is Mark Price, Gene Drugan Jr. Price left lane, Collegeville, Pennsylvania. Yesterday's $20,000 runner-up in his Mustang. $4.73 in the drags. They're going to take on Drugan Jr. out of Quakertown, Pennsylvania. $5.26. 5,000 separate him. Slight advantage to Drugan Jr. He'll put the win light on. 16 dead 6. It's going to put the win light on. 22 total. Gets there by 9 thou. Price is 21. 1 above 0. No win light on. Drugan comes back. And Jeff Serra going to take his buy run. Jeff goes 4 red. He has that 139 dial in honor of his brother Sean. Shuts it down to go 458, 126.
Attention in the pits. Gonna make a first call for round 3 door cars to 1 and 2. Potential buy run. 147C Caparose. We'll take round 3 door cars and bring it up to lanes 1 and 2. Round 3 door cars, 1 and 2. All right, so once again, we're going to bring in door cars to 1 and 2 for round 3. We'll take door cars.
There's a lot of 60s new in here, so want to make sure we got the right one.
Dragsters, you should be getting ready. We're going to bring you in as a group when we call you. For now, you're on standby. When we make the call, it's going to be 1501. I believe that's Balducci. So when we call Dragsters, Balducci, you can go to lane 7. For now, Dragsters, be ready. We'll be calling you very shortly. All right, door cars, this is your final call. Round 3 door cars. Final call. You need to be headed down to lanes 1 and 2. Round 3 door cars, final call. All right, we're going to make the first call for Dragsters at 3 and 4. Brian Balducci, lane 7. First hit for Dragsters. You can bring it up to lanes 3 and 4 for round 3.
Once again, dragsters 5 and 6. Dragsters for round number 3, 5 and 6. We need you up. Door cars are coming out right now. Dragsters 5 and 6 for round number 3. Balducci, potential buy. Going to start off round number 3. Brock Mosier taking on Joe Martz. Mosier left lane. Ryan Holds, Pennsylvania. 71 Vega. Picked himself up a $5,000 shootout on Friday night. Going to dial 552. Going to take on Joe Martz. Low ride S10. Coming out of Hanover, Pennsylvania. Dial 512. '47th hour advantage. Somebody's perfect. That would be Brock Mosier. Trip, zip, carrying the wheels out there. Goes 3 above. Takes 19th hour. March was late at a 47. Goes dead on 5. Still almost 200 behind. Trip, zip. Mr. Brock Mosier coming back. Rich Novinsky, Mike Quaterone. Next up, Novinsky left lane. Dodge Roadster, Mopar Power, dial 561. Going to take on Mikey Q out of Jackson, New Jersey. Team Valentino Camaro, dial 660. 15th out, separate them. Advantage Novinsky, but the win light going to Q in a double breakout round. Q is dead on 1, 16-17 total. Novinsky was 001, breaks out by 4th out. Mikey Q, moving on to round 4. Steve Cisco, Mike LaRose. Cisco left lane, $1.1 million. Man, driving a Nova, $635. Going to take on Mike LaRose out of West Monroe, New York, 68 Dart. Foot braking off the bottom, $559. LaRose goes 5 thou red. Cisco getting it break. He was 40 up front, breaks out by 12 thou. Comes back for round number 4. LaRose was 5 red. Couple of thou under. Cisco getting it a little lucky. Goes to round 4. Mike Barber, Andy Shiley. Barber left lane. Don't call me Mikey. Royersford, Pennsylvania, dialed 613 in a Mustang. Going to take on Randy Shiley. Likens, Pennsylvania. 2002 Camaro, dial 540.
Should have 32 dragsters.
$1,000, separate them, 025, 026, anybody's race. Gonna go to Shiley. Shiley, 26 dead, 5, 31 total. Taking out Barber, who's 25 up front, breaks out by a hun. Shiley taking out the very tough Mike Barber, goes to round number 4. Mark Siegel, Brad Northrup, another good matchup. Siegel left lane, Flemington, New Jersey, dial 617. Going to take on Bad Brad out of Percy, Pennsylvania. ISC Racer Tape Camaro, dial 587. And I told you it was going to be a good one. Both guys, 00. 4th hour advantage and win light going to Siegel. How about a 4-pack? 003, dead on 1. It's going to take the win light. Northrop, 007, dead 5. 12 total. Come on. Siegel, 4-pack by 8 thou. Woo! Coming back. Dalton rolls. Mark Ernest rolls left lane. Driving the S10. Muncie, Pennsylvania. Now 544 going to take on Ernest. Millville, Pennsylvania. Camaro, 629 dial. Foul separate these guys. Anybody's race. When light's going to go. Right lane and a double breakout. Ernest, 26 up front. Gets there by a foul. Identical breakouts. Rolls is under 6 thou. Ernest is under 6 thou. 1 thou advantage on a tree. 1 thou at the stripe. Ernest puts the win light on. Braden Aker, Leah Starner. Aker left lane, driving at 66 Nova, .595. Going to take on Leah Starner out of Carlisle, Pennsylvania, 67 Mustang. Not in her lane this time. She's been a left lane racers, .580. And Leah turns at 13th thou red. Aker turns it 13th thou green. Goes 11th thou wonder. Comes back for round 4. Leah was red, dead on 2. Al Liberto, Dylan Biondo. Liberto left lane, driving a Chevelle. Greentown, Pennsylvania, .605. Going to take on Dylan out of Middle Village, New York. S10, 604 dialing. Final call for Dragsters, round 3. Final call for Dragsters for round number 3. Need you now. Liberto turns to 2 thou red. Dylan, 10 up front. 9 thou under. Goes to round number 4 for Dylan Biondo.
We only got one pulling over. Hold on to him. Hold on to him.
And we're going to have to hold him up a minute. We got one. It stopped up there, but it looks like he's moving.
You guys get that? He just got it running. We're on hold.
Good up top end. Nick Solovey, Ray Keon. Solovey left lane. Picked himself up $10,000 big check on Friday. Driving a Daytona, $614. Going to take on just the tip. Ray Keon, right lane, Levittown, Pennsylvania. Little Box Nova, $632.
That's not a shoebox number.
008 to 016. Keon has him doubled up. He puts the win light on by 6 thou. 008, 1 above 1. 6 thou finish line goes his way. Solovey was 16 dead 9. No good. Keon to round number 4. We got the infamous Harvey Specter, left lane, driving a Numidia Cuddy. It's going to dial 564. Going to take on Tyler Ryan, right lane. 62-3 Nova. Not quite sure what it is. Tyler's original ride. 707 dial for Tyler. Races are in. Here we go. How about perfect to 010? Perfect light going to Spectre. It's going to put the win light on with an 8-pack. Trip, zip, dead on 8 for Harvey Specter. Tyler Ryan is 010 up front, goes 1 above, and has no shot to the 8-pack. Harvey Specter. Jeff Pasquarello Jr., Billy Lieber next up. Pasquarello left lane, Toto in New Jersey, driving a Beretta, down 557. Going to take on Lieber out of Tonawanda, New York, 66 Chevy 2, down 615. Lieber turns it fourth out red. JP Jr. coming back, 21 up front, and goes one above at 124.
All right, if anybody wants to know, the concession stand's closing at 5. They got a big sale on corn on the cob, macaroni and cheese, 2 young girls, and foot-long hot dogs. Concession stand, we closing at 5. Bring yourself something home. Eat it in the car on the way home. Anyway, check out the concession stand. Closing in an hour and 10 minutes, but they got plenty of food to give away.
Looks like Sabo having problems on the line. Rolled the beams. Vaughn Dunn going to take the comp single. Well, I don't know if you call it a comp single. Sable having problems rolling the beams, so Dunn will take a single. .14 reaction time for Vaughn Dunn. Goes 5:59 at 123. Final pair door cars. Brent Novinsky going to take on Chris Caparos. Novinsky left lane. 84 Trans Am's going to dial 647. Going to take on Caparos. Percy, Pennsylvania. Box Nova dial 559. .007 to 022 advantage going Caparos. One light goes to Caparos. Doing everything right. 007 goes one above, takes 6th thou. I heard him out of the pedal. Nice job there. Novinsky is 22, dead on 4. 26 total, no good. Caparos to round 4. Once again, I'm going to do a quick drag on the track and then bring dragsters out for round number 3.
run into issues.
First pair of dragsters, round number 3. Russ Adams going to take on John LeBouse. Adams left lane out of Canada. Diamond Chassis going to 468, going to take on LeBouse. Professional racer. Goodlettsville, Tennessee. Anthony Bertozzi owned. 466. 10 to a 13. Slight 3-thou advantage going left lane. Win light goes. Adams. 10 dead, 2. 12 total. Once again, gives LeBouse no shot, being 13 up front. LeBouse does it all right. Takes 2 thou. Has to break out by 3 thou. 12 pack, 13 light. Can't win. Adams comes back. Josh Speck, Tim Armstrong. Speck left lane, Fulton, New York, 437. Going to take on Armstrong. Paxonis, Pennsylvania, 472 dial. Six thou separate them. 2 good reaction times. Slight advantage. Went to Armstrong at a 004, but Speck going to take the win light in a double breakout race. 10 up front. Breaks out by 9 thou. He'll take the win. Armstrong. 004 takes 9 thou. Margin of victory in a double breakout. 3 thou. Going Speck's way. Cody Hoover, Ron Klein. Hoover left lane. Catawissa, Pennsylvania. Mullis Chassis, 494. Going to take on Klein. Livingston Manor, New York, 455. Klein turns it red. Hoover comes back. 16 reaction time. Breaks out by 4 thou. Moves on to round number 4. Klein red, dead on 3. Ends his day. Got Jack Ostrowski going to take on Lenny Booker. Jacko left lane. East Coast alternator owner. 464 dial for Jack Ostrowski. Going to take on Lenny Booker, right lane, Howell, New Jersey. Interflon, Sure Seal, Shadow Dragster, 480 dial. $2,000 separate them. When light's going to go, Booker, how about 13 dead, 619 total. Takes 9 thou. Ostrowski, 15 up front, 1 above 3. No good. Booker comes back. Heather Boyko, Michael Shupp. Boyko left lane, precision reaction car out of Northampton, Pennsylvania. Dial 470, going to take on Shupp in his supercharged Zoomy header dragster. He'll be going to Columbus, I guess a few weeks. Spring fling entry, summer fling entry he earned this morning. Shipped out 459. Eight to a 26, advantage going. Heather Boyko. When light goes to Boyko. 008, 1 above 2, 20 total. It's going to take the win. Gives Ship no shot. He's 26 up front. Takes nothing, but had to break out to take nothing. Boyko, 20 pack, comes back. Jimmy DeJacco, Don Bukowitz. DeJacco left lane, Hopewell, New York. CNF Chassis is going to dial 443. Going to take on Buckwitz. Perrineville, New Jersey. Donnie, dial 475. Double 007 024, advantage DeJacco, win light DeJacco. 7 dead 8, 15 total. Gonna take the win light. Buckowitz 24, dead on 6, 30 total. 15 thou behind, the 15 package. Jimmy DeJacco. Dave Rubel, Chris Beauchamp. Rubel left lane, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. It's gonna dial 466. To take on Beauchamp, Scranton, Pennsylvania. RPD Engines. Beauchamp dial 459. $25,000 separate them. Somebody's perfect again. Oh my goodness. 25, one above one by 3,000 gives the win light to Rubel. Chris Beauchamp was trip zip. Ends up getting himself behind by 3,000, down a bunch of mile an hour. Trip zip going home. Rubel comes back. George Miller, Al Zerniak next up. Miller left lane, Plains, Pennsylvania, dial 496. Going to take on the Bantam. Val Zerniak, dial 531. $7,000 separate them this time. Advantage Miller. Win light goes to Miller. 17, 10,000 above. 27 total. Zerniak was 24 up front. Had to take 3,000 or less. Did not do it. Breaks out. Miller comes back for round number 4. Steve Ryan, Phil Hammett. Ryan left lane, Westminster, Maryland. 490 dial. Going to take on Hammett out of Southampton, Pennsylvania. Dial 492. Hammett goes 6,000 red. Steve Ryan comes back for round 4. 13 up front. Dead 2. Nice 15,000 package for Steve Ryan. Hammett, 6 red, dead on 1. He'll be making his trip home. Got Jesse Alberts, Chrissy Klein. Alberts left lane, Burnville, Pennsylvania. Jesse, dial 467, going to take on Chrissy Klein. Livingston Manor, New York. Regulars here, both of them. Chrissy, dial 466. $15,000 separated. We have another perfect reaction time. The win light's going that way this time. Perfect up front. Jesse Alberts lays down a 10-pack. Perfect. 10,000 above. 10,000 total. Chrissy is 15. Dead 4. 19 total. To be 9,000 behind. Alberts. Perfect. Coming back. Carl Drake Jr. Scott Albrecht. Drake Jr. left lane, Binghamton, New York. Dial 447. Going to take on Scott Albrecht out of Jackson, New Jersey. Nitro Fish KPK car. Dial 462. Albrecht turns it 7th thou red. Drake getting away with one. 46 dead 2. Wants the win light on. Watch out when Scott Albrecht gets back. Drake goes on. Billy Lieber, Tom Spangler. Lieber left lane. Tonawanda, New York, dial 451. Going to take out Tommy Spangler. Piscataway, New Jersey, 481, dial 310 spot. Going to Tommy. Spangler turns it red by 17. Lieber turns it green by 17. Goes dead on 6. Moves to round 4. Spangler red. Thou under. Ends Tommy's day for the weekend. Bob Strunk. Dan Northrup. Strunky left lane. Driving the altered. Second hardest working man here at Numidia. I just have to say it. 566 dial. Gonna take on Danny Northrup. This morning's $10,000 shootout winner, Pipersville, Pennsylvania, ISC Racer Tape, Danny, dial 478. $13 with 24. An advantage went to Northrup. Win light goes Northrup. 13. Dead on 6. Gets there by 5,000. Strunky is 24. Dead on 0. 5,000 behind. Danny Northrup coming back. Michael Shoop. Jeff Serra. Shoop left lane. Shoop left lane, Hagerstown, Maryland, dial 477. Going to take on Mr. Jeff Serra. Serra needs no introduction. Jeff going to dial 452. Double 03, 008. One light's going to go Serra. 008 goes 2 above at 134. Shoop was 003. Better reaction time. Gets there by 37 thou. To break out by 3 thou. Serra letting him go again. He'll take the win light. Kyle Coultrera, Gene Drugan Jr. Coultrera left lane. Also needs no introduction. Going to dial 457 out of Elliott, Maine. Going to take on Drugan, Quakertown, Pennsylvania, dial 526. Another great race, 004, 007 this time. Advantage Coultrera, win like Coultrera, lays down 14 total. Gets there by 5,000. 004, 10,000 above. Drugan is 007, 1 above 2. Gets 5,000 behind. Coultrera to round 4, your final pair, and then we have a bye run. Michelle Strunk in the Firebird left lane. Foot braking off the bottom. It's going to dial 687. Going to take on Anthony Fetch, Colonia, New Jersey. Driving Heather's car, dial 477. Michelle turns it red. Fetch. It's going to take the win. 21 up front, 1 above at 144. And your bye run, round number 3, going to the Chicken Man, Chicken Balducci. Chicken out of Voorhees, New Jersey, undercover chassis. It's got a 491 on the dial-in board for Chicken. Chicken 7 red on the buy. Shuts her down just a touch early. Goes 493 and 131. Door cars for round number 4. Door cars for round number 4 to 1 and 2. Door cars for round number 4, 1 and 2. Bring them on in. Potential buy going to Mr. Brock Mosier. Once again, door cars 1 and 2 for round 4. Potential buy Mosier. Going to make a final call for door cars for round number 4 to 1 and 2. Make a first call for dragsters to 5 and 6 for round number 4. Potential buying dragsters, Jesse Alberts. All right, make it 3 and 4 for you dragster guys. I can't make a decision here. It's not my pay grade, I guess. All right, dragsters to 3 and 4 for round 4. Potential buy, Jesse Alberts. Final call door cars. Another call for dragsters to 3 and 4. Dragsters 3 and 4. Dragsters 3 and 4 for round number 4. Potential by Alberts. Round number 4, we're going to start off with a couple of 66 Novas. Braden Aker, left lane. Warwick, New York's going to dial 593. Going to take on Chris Caparos. Percy, Pennsylvania, also 66 Nova. Dial 558. .003 to very, very late. Should be Aker. It is. 003, one above. Takes a bunch of stripe, but he'll take the win. Caparos, very late. Breaks out. Still behind. Braden Aker. Moving on around 4. Moving on around 5. Steve Cisco, Randy Shiley next up. 1.1 Million Dollar Man. Left lane, 70 Nova. Williamstown, New Jersey. Dialed 634. Gonna take on Randy Shiley. Likens, Pennsylvania, 2002. Camaro. 540. Final call, Dragsters. Final call for round number 4. The Dragsters. Final call. 012, 026. 14th hour advantage goes to Steve Cisco. But the win like going to Shiley. Double breakout race. Shiley, 26 up front. Breaks out by 4th thou. Cisco was 12 up front. Took 29th thou. Breaks out by 19th thou. Randy Shiley to round 5. Harvey Specter, Mike Quaterone next up. Specter left lane. Infamous Specter. I think he's a lawyer or something. I don't know. Numidia Dragway Cuddy, dial 564. Going to take on Mikey Q. Jackson, New Jersey. Valentino Camaro, dial 659. Oh, baby. How about perfect, the 006? Anybody's race? Win like going to Quaterone. 3 thou. Total. Mike Quaterone. Perfect. Dead on 3. Takes the win. Spectre is 006. Breaks out by 6 thou. Could not win. to the 3-pack of Mikey Q. Q going to 5, round 5. Ray Keown, Mark Ernest next up. Keown left lane. Just a tip Nova, dot 633. Going to take on Ernest, driving that 67 Camaro, dot 627. $17,000 separate them this time. Advantage and Winlight. Double breakout race going to Ernest. Ernest was 002 up front. Breaks out by 11th thou. He'll take the win. Keown was 19. Breaks out by more. Margin of victory, 4th thou. In the breakout, going to Ernest. Dylan Biondo, Jeff Pasquarella Jr. next up. Biondo left lane. Coming out of New York, S10.604. Going to take on JP Jr. Total, New Jersey. In the Beretta, dot 558. $29,000 separate them this time. Advantage going. Dylan Biondo. Winlight in a double breakout. Goes to Biondo. 10 up front. Breaks out by 3 thou. He'll take the win. Pasquarella was 039. Breaks out by 16 thou. Biondo 2. Round number 5. Vaughn Dunn. Mark Siegel. Dunn left lane. 67 Camaro convertible out of Jackson, New Jersey. $561 going to take on Siegel. Flemington, New Jersey. 617 dial for the 69. Neither one's spectacular, but there's only a thou between them. Winlight's going to go. Siegel, 37, dead 0. It's going to take the win. Dunn was 36 up front, 1 above 1. 10th thou behind. Siegel to round 5. And your buy run going to Mr. Brock Mosier. Reinholds, Pennsylvania, 71 Vega Wagon. Once again, going to put that 139 dialing on in honor of Sean Serra. Oh, 2-0 on a hit for Brock. He'll drive it down, go 559, 121. Now we step into round number 4, dragsters. First pair of dragsters, Heather Boyko, left lane, Northampton, Pennsylvania. Precision reaction car, S&W chassis. It's going to dial 471. Going to take on Mr. Jeff Serra. Serra, pretty much a professional racer. He might do something on the side, but this is his job. Serra, right lane, dial 454. Matching double 06 reaction times. Winlight's going to go. And a double breakout to Sarah. 006 up front, breaks out by 3 thou. Heather was also 006, takes 7 thou. Had to break out by 10 thou. Needed to get behind. Sarah doing what he does again. Coming back.
Just look at the board.
Russ Adams, Danny Northrup. Adams left lane coming out of Ontario, Canada. Diamond chassis. Adams dial 468. Going to take on Danny Northrup, Pipersville, Pennsylvania, ISC Racer tape. Danny got $10,000 in his pocket already. He's going to dial 478. .005 to not. Big advantage going. Dan Northrup. Win light going. Danny. 005 goes 479 on that 478 dial. Adams missed it. 43 up front. Breaks out. Was still behind Danny Northrup. 2 round. Number 5. Called Drake Jr. Brian Balducci. Drake Jr. left lane. Binghamton, New York. Dial 447. Going to take on Chicken. Chicken out of Voorhees, New Jersey. Undercover chassis, 491 dial. $2,000 separate them. 2 good reaction times. Anybody's race? Gonna go to Chicken. 12 dead 1. 13 total for Chicken Balducci. He's gonna come back. Drake was 10 up front, 1 above 7. 14th out behind the Chicken Man, Balducci, round 5. Cody Hoover, Lenny Booker. Hoover left lane, Catawissa, Pennsylvania. It's gonna dial 494. Gonna take on Booker out of Howell, New Jersey. Driving a Shadow. Interflon, Sure Seal sponsored. Booker, 480 dial. $14,000 separate him. Advantage goes Cody Hoover, but the win light going. Right lane, Booker 17. 1 above at 129 on the drop. Hoover is 003. Gets there by 37th thou. Breaks out by 11th thou. Booker lets him have the finish line. Puts the win light on. Billy Lieber, Kyle Coultrera should be a good matchup here. Lieber left lane, Tonawanda, New York. 451 dial, taking on Kyle Coultrera, Elliott, Maine. Right lane, 456 the dial. Lieber turns it red by 7th out. Coultrera, 029. Holden, 19th out. Goes 454-1 and at 456. Lieber, 7 red. Dead on 4. George Miller, Anthony Fetch. Miller left lane, Plains, Pennsylvania. Dial 496. Gonna take on Anthony Fetch. Right lane, driving Heather's car. Dial 478. Eight to a 10, anybody's race. Slight advantage left lane. When light goes, left lane. How about 8 dead 7, 15 total. Gets there by 3 thou. Fetch was 10 up front, dead 8, 18 total. 3 thou behind. Miller To round number 5, ending Anthony's day. Jimmy DiGiaco, Josh Speck. DiGiaco left lane. Hopewell, New York, CNF chassis, dial 443. Going to take on Speck out of Fulton, New York. Speck, dial 436. Hole 13, hole 34, 21th hour advantage, and win light. Gonna go to Jimmy DiGiaco, double breakout race. 13 up front, breaks out by 8th thou, takes the win. Speck was 34, breaks out by more. DiGiaco, moving on. Dave Rubel, Steve Ryan. Next up, Rubel left lane, Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. For $66, gonna take on Steve Ryan. Westminster, Maryland, .490. Thirteenth out, separate him this time. Advantage to Ryan. Win light to Steve Ryan. 24 up front, goes one above. Takes a bunch. Rubel is 37. Goes almost 5 above. Win light goes Steve Ryan. And your bye run. Round number 4 going to Mr. Jesse Alberts. Alberts out of Burnville, Pennsylvania. Racecraft chassis. Jesse has a 467 number on the dial-in board. Jesse, let's go 021. Goes 464.6 at 148.
All right, attention in the pits. Put a call out for round 5 cars. Gonna have, looks like 2 rounds before the ladder. The way things worked out, we had a broke car that kind of moved around and shifted things with the car counts and the buy runs. So looks like 2 more rounds before we drop to the ladder. We're gonna call door cars to 1 and 2. Car D190. That's Quarterone. It'll be the door car by. You can go to lane 7. We'll call dragsters to 3 and 4. Car 1104, Dan Northrup. You can go to lane 7. So Quarterone and Northrup, lane 7. We'll take door cars to 1 and 2. Dragsters 3 and 4. Okay, the souvenir stand is closing in 30 minutes. 5:30, the souvenir stand will be closing. If you want to grab some last-minute T-shirts, whatever you got going on, souvenir closing down. 5:30. We need round 5 cars to the lanes. Round 5, door cars and dragsters. Looks like we got most of the door cars. We need dragsters. This is a final call for round 5 cars.
Final call for round number 5. Final call. Got all the door cars. We're missing 1 or 2 dragsters. We need you now. Round number 5, going to start off with Brock Mosier taking on Randy Shiley. Mosier left lane, Ryan Holtz, Pennsylvania, 71 Vega wagon. Carries the wheels just a touch. 554 going to take on Randy Shiley here pretty much every week out of Likens, Pennsylvania. Camaro, 539.
I thought you had the last 2 now.
We got 8 dragsters. He's coming in now.
Both competitors go 9,000 red. Mosier will get the win. Computer picks it. And it goes to Mosier. Both guys 9,000 red. Mosier comes back around 6. Mark Siegel, Mark Ernest, Mark and Mark. Siegel left lane, Flemington, New Jersey. 69 Camaro, $617. Going to take on Ernest out of Millville, Pennsylvania. 67 Camaro, $626. Fourth out separate them. 2 good reaction times. Fourth out advantage goes to Siegel. Win light goes to Siegel. Double breakout race. 006 up front. Goes 11th out under. Takes 2th out. Margin of victory. 2th out and a double breakout. Ernest was 10. Breaks out by 13th out. 2th out advantage. Going to Siegel. He comes back. And we got Braden Aker, Dylan Biondo. Aker left lane, Warwick, New York, down 593 in the 66 Nova. Going to take on Mr. Dylan Biondo. Biondo in the Biondo lane this time. S10, down 603. Aker turns his 6th out red. Dylan was ready. 003 up front and holds 11th out. Comes back for round number 6. Aker 6 red, dead on 8. Ends his day. And your buy run door cars going to Mike Qualerone. Mikey Q. Driving a Valentino Camaro, right lane. Jackson, New Jersey. 661 dialing for Q. Mikey, let's go 013. And he goes 658 at 105. And we go to Dragsters, round number 5. I'm going to say this is a pretty killer matchup. Jesse Alberts, Jeff Serra. Serra's going to take that fairly long burnout. Alberts already back. Alberts left lane out of Burnville, Pennsylvania. It's going to dial 466. Going to take on Serra. Serra making it back here about 45 miles an hour. Serra right lane. Once again, he needs no introduction. 452 dial for Serra. Possibly a little staging duel. Nobody's in yet. Serra goes in. Jesse goes in. 4th out separate him. 016, 020 advantage going to Serra. But the win light goes. Jesse Alberts by a thou. 20 up front, 1 above 3. Gets there by a thou. 19 10th thou to be exact. Serra is 16. 1 above 8. Gets a foul behind. Alberts to round 6. Serra is done for today. George Miller, Brian Balducci. Miller left lane, Plains, Pennsylvania. It's going to dial 496. Going to take on Chicken Balducci. Coming out of New Jersey for He's New Jersey. Dial 491. Massive reaction time advantage. Going to go to Chicken. He ain't going to screw that one up at all. 002. Goes 3 above. Takes the win light. Miller late. Dead on 1. Still way behind. Chicken. It's round number 6. Jimmy DiGiaco, Lenny Booker. DiGiaco, left lane. Hopewell, New York. CNF Chassis. It's going to dial 442. Going to take on Lenny Booker. Howell, New Jersey. Interflon, Sure Seal. Shadow Dragster. Dial 478. Oh, 16 to extremely late. Booker going to take the win. 16 up front, goes 2 above. Gets there by a whole ton. When Jimmy misses it, he misses it very late. Breaks out, was still way behind Booker. Going to move on. Steve Ryan, Kyle Coultrera. Steve Ryan left lane. Westminster, Maryland. Miller Chassis. Dial 490. Going to take on Kyle Coultrera. Elliott, Maine. Kyle, dial 456. .004 to 031. Big advantage going Coultrera. Win like goes. Kyle Coultrera. 004. 1 above takes 5 thou at the stripe. Ryan was 31. Breaks out by 8 thou. Still behind. Coultrera at round 6. And your bye run. It's going to go to Kamikaze. Danny Northrup, Pipersville, Pennsylvania. ISC Racer Tape. Danny picked up the $10,000 win Saturday on Sunday. He's got a lot of money in his pocket already. He's down 478 on his buy. Danny, let's go 009. Shuts her down early. Goes 491 at 115.
Can I get Alexa Pasquarello to the tower? Alexa Pasquarello to the tower. One more time. Alexa Pasquarello to the tower.
Attention in the pits. We'll take round 6 to the lanes. One more round before the ladder round. Dylan Biondo, potential buy run for the door cars. Coltrera for the dragsters. We'll take door cars to 1 and 2, dragsters 3 and 4. Should be 9 cars. We will ladder at 5. So we'll take door cars to 1 and 2, Dylan Biondo, and we'll take dragsters 3 and 4, Kyle Coltrera. All right, guys are starting to show up here. We're just going to go ahead and make the final call. Because why not? It's Sunday. We're all trying to get on the road. So final call for round 6. We'll take door cars to 1 and 2, dragsters 3 and 4. Got one of our 2 buy runs over there. We just need Colchera. We'll take all round 6 cars. Final call.
Chris Valentino, we need a breaker bar up here to tighten a lug nut. Chris, are you still here? If you are, we need a socket, lug nut, wrench, whatever. Get it up here. We need you to tighten some up for us, please. Valentino to the stage and lanes. Got to tighten this baby up. Looks like all the NASCAR repairs are done on a Quattro car. Little work in the lanes. Why not? Here we go, round number 6. First pair up, Brock Mosier going to take on Mark Siegel. Mosier, Friday night shootout winner for $5,000. Siegel went to the semis in a $10,000 shootout this morning. Been going a lot of rounds this weekend. Mosier, left lane, Reinholds, Pennsylvania. Going to dial 551, going to take on Siegel, right lane. 69 Camaro, 615. Dial in for Siegel. 3,000 separate them. Both guys teens. Slight advantage Mosier. Win light goes to Siegel. 17 dead, 7, 24 total. Gets there by 19th thou. Mosier's 14 up front. Goes 2 above 9 at 123. Siegel to round 7. Mike Quattro, Dylan Biondo next up. Quattro left lane. Just put down a 3-pack last round. Coming out of Jackson, New Jersey, Valentino-owned Camaro, dial 658, going to take on Dylan Biondo. Biondo in the Biondo lane, driving a S10, dial 602. Matching 10 reaction times. Anybody's race. Win light's going to go. Biondo, how about 11 total for Dylan Biondo? 10, dead 1. Gets there by 3,000. Quattro also 0-10 up front. Goes dead on 4. 14 total. And no good. Biondo moves around. Number 7. Jesse Alberts, Danny Northrup. Another good matchup here. Dragster's here. Alberts, left lane, Burnville, Pennsylvania. Going to dial 466. Going to take on Northrup. Right lane, Pipersville, Pennsylvania. ISC Racer Tate. Danny, dial 478. Driver staged up. 14 to a 27 advantage. Going. Danny Northrup. Win light to Northrup. 14 dead 3. 17 total. Alberts has no shot. He's 27 up front. Goes 1 above. Northrup coming back. Final pair. Then we have a bye. Lenny Booker going to take on Brian Balducci. Lenny left lane. Howell, New Jersey. Shadow Dragster, Interflon, Sure Seal sponsor. Booker dial 478 going to take on Chicken Balducci, coming out of Voorhees, New Jersey. Chicken dial 491. 002 to 013, advantage, chicken, win like chicken, chicken, getting there by 8th thou. 002, one above 5, takes 8th thou. Booker was 13, also one above. And your buy run, gonna go, Kyle Cultrera. Cultrera with that 139 dial. Honor of Sean Sarah. Just going to roll around through. Come back for round number 7. Gonna make a call for round number 7. We got Balducci, lane choice over Coltrera. Northrop, lane choice over Siegel. And the Byron going. Dylan Biondo. Once again, we'll take you 5 racers to the staging lanes. Biondo with Byron. Balducci, lane choice over Coltrera. Northrop, lane choice over Siegel.
I bet you Sal Biondo wishes he was here today to see his son once again get down to semifinals in a big dollar race. Where is Sal? Where is Peter? At least his son is beating up on people younger than the old guys that you guys beat up on. Sal and Peter made a career out of beating up old men. Dylan, he's a different breed. That's it. Dylan left with 5, got a bye, he'll be 3, and then we'll go from there.
Well, drivers are getting suited up, had their discussion, as they often do, these late rounds at a money race. Gonna have Danny Northrup, Mark Siegel pairing up, and Balducci and Coltrera. Dylan Biondo will get the bye to the semifinals. And they're on their way out. Round number 7, Mark Siegel going to take on Danny Northrup. Siegel left lane, driving his Camaro. He's going to dial 615, going to take on Danny Northrup. Pipersville, Pennsylvania. ISC racer taped out 474. The situation here is if Mark Siegel puts a win light on, he will automatically get the bye to the final. If he does not, the remaining racers, the best reaction time, will get the bye at 3. Guys wasting no time. Siegel's in, Danny's in. First pair. 004 to 024. 2-hunt advantage going to Northrop, but the win light goes to Siegel, and he will be in the final. 24 up front, goes dead on 1. Siegel will bye to the final. 25 pack. Danny Northrop was 004, took 24 thou to break out by 3 thou. Ouch. Siegel's going to get the bye to the final. Next up, Kyle Coltrera, Brian Balducci. Coltrera left lane, Elliott Main. Going to dial 456. Going to take on Chicken Balducci. Coming out of Voorhees, New Jersey. Chicken dial 491. Chicken in. Coltrera in. Good one here. 007, 008. I hear a lot of whomps. Win light's going to go to Chicken. 8. Dead 3. 11 total. Gets there by 3 thou. Coltrera was 007. Dead on 7. 14 total. 3 thou behind Balducci. Going to the semifinal round. And your Byron going. Dylan Biondo. Biondo. Middle Village, New York, S10. Famous Biondo family. Dialed 602 on his buy run in the S10. Dylan, 008 reaction time. Goes 6012 at 113 on that 602 dial. He'll come back. Take on Chicken. Siegel will have the bye to the final.
Bob Mulaney.
$10,000.
What do you think? By mentioning it beyond those famous names, you're going to get something free from them? You kiss their ass all you want. They ain't giving you jack shit.
Gonna make a call for the semifinal round. Mark Siegel, you will get the bye to the final. Chicken Balducci, lane choice over Dylan Biondo. Like you three to come to the stage in lanes. Let's finish this deal up. Semi-final round, 3 cars left. Mr. Mark Siegel going to take his bye run. And the one pair we have, it's going to be Dylan Biondo taking on Brian Balducci. Dylan, left lane, Middle Village, New York, driving his S10. Dylan out 6:01, going to take on Chicken Balducci. Balducci out of Voorhees, New Jersey. Chicken, undercover chassis, dial 491. Chicken's in. Here comes Dylan. 12 to a 34. Advantage. Balducci. Win light with a womp. Balducci, 12 up front, goes 492, 1 above, takes 21 thou. Dylan, 34 on the hit, goes 1 above. Balducci going to take on Siegel in the final for $10,000. Siegel usually in the dragster. Usually his son Wes drives this beautiful Camaro. I guess Wes couldn't make it this weekend. Siegel been going a ton of rounds. Friday, I think he went to the quarterfinals on Friday. Was, let's see, semifinals in a $10,000 shootout. And he's going to the final for another $10,000. Siegel out of Flemington. 6:15 on the dialing board. Siegel 031 on the hit. Probably want to step that up for the final. And he goes 6:14 with a 3 at 110.92. It's going to come back, take on Chicken Balducci, but a big check. Gonna make a call for the final round. Final round competitors. Mr. Siegel, Mr. Balducci. Bring him on up. Let's get this final done. See who's gonna pick up the big check. Siegel Balducci to the staging lanes for the final. Well, we got one race to finish up today. Like to thank everybody for coming out again. Safe trip home. Regular points weekend next weekend and the following weekend, if you're interested. We got 2 guys left. Got the big check. Waiting for one of them. Both guys been hot today. Siegel been hot all weekend. Ton of rounds. Balducci already won the Sunday event at the Spring 150 this year. He's another Sunday final. He did. Don't say it. Saturday race? What do I know? All right, Saturday race. Saturday, Sunday. He picked one up. All right, here we go. Final round. Mark Siegel taking on Brian Balducci. Siegel, Flemington, New Jersey. Driving that beautiful 69 Camaro with about 614. Going to take on Chicken Balducci out of Voorhees, New Jersey. Undercover chassis. Balducci, dial 491. Final round. Big check coming. Who's getting the trailer check? Both guys in. Final round. Fouls separate them. Nobody spectacular. Win light goes. Siegel, 34 dead 2. Gets there by a foul. Chicken is 33, dead on 4. 1 foul behind. Mark Siegel putting that big trailer check in his trailer. That'll finish up our day. Siegel over Balducci. Nice job, both guys, all day long. Safe trip home for everyone. See you next week.